Okay.
All right. Welcome in, everybody, and welcome to Tales of Winternock and Tales of Cybil Spear, Book 4, Chapter 5, our primary actual play D&D 5e campaign. I'm Silver, and I'll be your storyteller this evening. As with last week, things are a little bit different around here with a little bit different setup. As you will notice, we have 4 on the screen instead of our typical 6 or 7. With me tonight are the first half of players, Briars, Conrad, Jeff, and myself. No, sorry, I'm the storyteller. I don't count as a player. I'm doing something else. Okay. For those of you tuning in for the first time, or if you've missed a session, I'd like to encourage you to check out previous sessions on our YouTube channel. Also, like to direct you to our Discord server and Instagram. Join our community, interact with us. Links to all can be found in the About section of the Twitch channel. One other note to go with that, as you will see on the nice little rotating images, videos, whatever you want to call them, over to the left of the screen. One of the notes on there is advertising for guest player spots that we will be having going forward. A lot of opportunities to get involved. This will be in the coming months, probably September, October, November type dates. So if you are interested in that, join up on the Discord. There will be a link on the Discord that will go live tonight that has a nice, lovely Google form to fill out with some information to kind of gauge where everybody's at and try and figure out who would be good fits and when. So appreciate the interest. So please check that out if you have any interest in getting to play as part of our game. Um, Enough about that. Also want to kick out our usual thanks to Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop of choice, Sirenscape for our amazing ambiance, sound effects, and music, the music that you're hearing now. Discord for our voice and video, and Woods is the Coast for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, the game we play. Tales of Winternock is not sponsored by, nor are we an official representative of any of these companies, and the views and statements made during our game do not in any way represent those of the companies. One last piece of housekeeping. We will be continuing our current giveaway this week. We're looking to hit 120 followers. Upon reaching that point, we'll be giving away a set of lovely stickers featuring character art of the party, created by our very own and very talented artist in residence, AJ, who you cannot see at the moment, but you'll see him in the back half. Same rules as before. To enter the giveaway, redeem 100 channel points to activate the enter giveaway option, and then join our Discord. Everyone eligible can enter once per stream and accumulate multiple entries until we reach the 120 followers, at which time we'll choose one entry at random and reset the clock for everybody. If you're chosen as winner of the giveaway, you'll be contacted on Discord to get your mailing address and to send you your prize. Ah, um, with all of that, hmm, who shall I pick on amongst the three of you to provide us a lovely recap of what happened with you guys last week? Volunteers?
I can volunteer.
All right, Conrad it is.
Oh, so we're picking up at the end of book 3. The majority of the party is heading back to Six Bells. At the last moment, Salinas decided to stay back with Yofordir, who was with his lady love, Aliona. Um, so do a few more things still in the snowy north lands. Uh, they decided the first thing they should do is probably go clear the air with Aliona's father. Aliona's father and Yofordir having a history of bad blood. Uh, on the walk over, Yofordir reveals his intention to propose to Aliona. She has not given an answer yet. Um, so they have a conversation with Aliona's father. He is not happy, but after a little bit of discussion with his daughter, accepts that this is the way things are going to be, and he might as well make the best of it. After that, Aliona and Salinas go to the Mages College, um, the Summoners Academy of Torsland, to do a little of research on the Froshinette, the Winter Mother, and Ivan Sandglut, the Blood God. On the way, they get splashed by a wagon wheel, and Salinas cleans them up. And then they go, get in, are not helped by the very unhelpful front desk lady until the headmaster. Is it headmaster? The dean?
Yeah, it's basically the equivalent of a headmaster or dean. It's
Okay.
called the rector.
Comes the
Rector,
rector.
yeah.
The rector comes down and says, "What are you talking about? Of course they can come in. Just have them sign the paperwork." And so we sign the paperwork, and then we do some research. We get some really good information about those interesting beings, and then the very end find one last book, the 13 Unnamed Gods, a suppressed treatise, that is locked up in the forbidden section, basically, that we need special permission to get to. Uh, we try to quickly break in and get it, but it's not successful. And then the library closes, and we'll have to try again tomorrow. And then Selena sends a message to Percy, where she doesn't respond.
All right. With all of that, that brings us up to late afternoon. I mean, really, it's dusk, evening, sun's about to set. Um, Places have been closing down, which was what was going on in the library at the end of last session. As we pick up on still the 26th day of Sonman, 296 years after the fall, up here in the far north of Torsland, in the city of Riob, as Salinas and Aliona make their way back to the lodge after their escapade in the middle of the library and riding the library stairs around, finding books, attempting to break into books, all that lovely stuff that we just went over. We pick up with those two as you walk through Riob in the late afternoon, early evening sun, contemplating what might be in that forbidden tome. Soon, the familiar outline of the Riob Lodge comes into view, smoke curling lazily from the chimney, warm light spilling through the shutters into the dusk. But a stranger stands outside the door. Young boy in a patched wool cloak, boots too big for him, chewing noisily on a strip of dried meat, leans against the wall, clearly bored. As you approach, quickly straightens up, snaps to attention, wide eyes, ignores Salinas entirely and focuses his attention on Aliona. This kid looks maybe 12, pretty young kid, preteen, small frame, and he's carrying a parcel wrapped in brown paper and twine under his arm. Just eagerly looks over to you. It's like, excuse me, Miss, are you Aliona Nern's daughter?
That's me, yes.
Terrific. This is yours. And he leaves. He hands you the parcel with a little piece of paper folded note on the top. Sticks it in your arms once he knows they're secure. Yeah, he just, boom, skedaddles down the street.
Okay, didn't even want a tip or anything. I guess she'll look at the paper.
It's a. You talking about the note, or are you talking about the parcel
note,
wrapped
yeah.
in the paper?
The
Okay, the note. Sorry. Note's very simple. It just says, "Meet me by the sea. You know where." Signed, your Seawolf.
Alright. Um she'll turn to well, first she'll see what's in the. She'll go inside and see what's in the package.
So inside the parcel, it's been nicely wrapped. You've seen this kind of wrapping before, a pretty common. Um, Not that you've necessarily bought a lot of stuff that would be wrapped this way, but you've seen others leave a couple of the clothing shops in this part of the town with these wrapped parcels. Typically, a little bit more upper class individuals. Yeah, but inside is a simple but very finely made dress. Fabric is plain but cut with care. Something a little bit softer, a little bit more elegant than your usual furs and other attire. Clearly given some thought in the purchase, but not to the point of extravagance.
She'll look at it, she'll smile. She'll turn to Selena and say, I'm sure my father can find you a room. I have business to attend to. And she'll
Business,
go.
you say?
Mm-hmm. And she'll go after her robe and change into the dress. And then go to her meeting spot.
I'm sure he can find me a room. I'm the only one in the building.
It is the lodge itself. Aliona, you don't really pay a lot of attention to it because you're focused on the note and the parcel and everything. But Selena's looking around as you make that comment about being the only one here. Notice that things are a little bit more picked up than they were when you were there before. Looks like somebody's done a good job of cleaning the place up. Chairs are no longer stacked. All the chairs are out. Everything seems to be like set up, like expecting some sort of evening meal rush, which seems a little bit surprising that that would be something to be expecting. But Aliona, as you get changed, head out, take the western path that leads you outside the walls of the city. But shortly after getting outside the walls, quickly make a beeline back to the north, back towards the coast. Sound of waves growing louder, sea spray sharp in the wind, sun sinking low, painting the sky in streaks of crimson and gold. And ahead you see a familiar outcropping that juts out into the sea, place you spent many sunsets in the past. As you near, you notice Jofridir sitting on the rocks, his back to you, staring out across the restless water, wind ruffling through the loose parts of his hair up above, and his broad shoulders rising and falling slowly with steady breaths, as if he's kind of like lost in thought or in a bit of meditation. And at his side is a worn but decent-sized leather satchel resting beside him, and you can see the neck of some sort of bottle sticking out from the mouth of the satchel.
She's gonna try to sneak up on him.
All right. Give me some stealth.
All right.
Oh, I should
And I think
probably
we'll go
open up
passive
another door.
perception on you, Jofridir.
Yeah. I should probably open fantasy grounds too, huh?
No, that'd probably help. I think
Yeah.
your passive perception is below a 15, so...
I don't remember.
Oh
but I
no,
think
it is exactly a 15.
Oh.
Perfect.
So in the concept of meets it, beats it, I suppose you were the roller against his 15. You met it. So
So I bet it.
just, you get a little bit of stealth on him. You get a little bit of a
All
jump
right.
on him.
Um, she'll just kind of sneak up behind him and then put her arms around him from behind, and just kind of kiss him on the cheek. Fancy seeing you here?
Oh, I was hoping you would come. It's our favorite spot after all.
It is. Someone sent me this wonderful dress.
Well, it looks amazing on you. Whoever it was definitely chose well.
He's got good taste.
Well, hopefully that applies to this as well. And he'll open up the leather satchel, pull out the bottle and 2 cups, and he'll pour some into each, handing her one.
She'll go to like clink his cup with hers and take a sip.
What do we drink?
Probably nothing like super crazy. Probably just some wine. I mean, Gilfrida probably doesn't know his wines, but probably would have asked Liliana's father for advice on that part. Also seeing Gilfrida from the front now instead of just his back, you would notice he's cleaned up a little bit, like he's trimmed his beard, made it look a little nicer instead of all scruffy and crazy. He's definitely had a bath, so
It's good. Well, you've cleaned up nice.
I should try. Can only do so well.
How was your shift at the lodge?
I think he's taken a liking to me, but he definitely knows how to wear me out, that's for sure.
Sure does. That's good to hear.
And your research with slings?
I think it went quite well. I think we're going back tomorrow. There was a book that was locked up, but it was the end of the day, so couldn't quite, didn't have time to check it out.
Didn't have time to check it out, or Selena's couldn't get past whatever barrier? He'll give
We
a bit of a
tried.
grin.
We tried. But it's a bit harder of a luck than I've dealt with before.
Oh, you definitely picked up a useful skill and you've done fairly well at it. So.
Yeah, but hopefully they'll just be able to help us with it tomorrow. Unlock it for us. Hope they don't question the fact that whatever magic was on it is not on it anymore.
Well, that might be a giveaway, but hopefully they don't notice.
Hopefully.
Yofur will kind of look out over the water towards the setting sun. You know, I've never been more sure about anything than the decision to choose you.
Eliana's already like tearing up a little bit. I, and the same goes for you.
Yofur will grab her cup and set both the cups off to the side, holding her hands in his. You are definitely my rational side, the peace and I suppose the softer side. Without you, who knows what I would have been like.
And you're my sense of wonder, maybe a bit of my rougher side.
I do enjoy seeing that. It's been, well, being honest, it's been quite funny seeing all the antics you've been getting into. But that's even more reason why you would be perfect to be by my side when snow stop.
She'll reach up with one hand and like cup his cheek and say, I can't wait to be by your side. But I need your assurance that one day, I know I'm not ready yet, but one day I'll be by your side constantly, consistently. Either you stay or I go with you. And that time's not now. I want to know that it will come.
Of course. Anything for you. And that is another reason why this makes it so much easier. And he's gonna take your left hand and his right hand and reach into a little pouch on the side, and he's pull out. It's like a bracelet. It's braided, and then you've obviously seen his necklace with the feathers and the bear claws on it, and it's got a feather woven into it and one of the claws in it as well. This is definitely the easiest decision I've ever made. Which would you be my wife?
Absolutely, dear. Of course.
And he'll take the bracelet and tie it around her left wrist. And then he's gonna give her a kiss, and he's probably the happiest you've ever seen him. I mean, he's always happy when you're around, but
Yeah, she'll kiss him back and just kind of like drop her head into his chest and let's watch the sunset here tonight.
it'd be perfect. Plus, I did get us a few snacks. And they'll help her sit down on the rocks, and then hand her drink back, filling it up, and then reach into the leather pouch and see what all he actually brought along. And then he'll have one arm around her. He's happy. Yeah.
Yeah. Aliona's also quite happy. She's very content. She feels secure right now, I think. So she'll just he's got his arm around her. She's just gonna lean into him and watch the sunset.
All right. How long do you stay there?
Probably
Rough.
till the sun is completely below the horizon. And then Yopper would pick up everything, helping her up. And then before they go anywhere else, he'd be like, I feel like you're going to be a lot like my mother. She had a grip around my father, like no one else.
And I have a feeling you'll be nothing like my mother. So.
As
Unlike my father, you will be able to take me home, though.
She'll kiss
the
him again.
sunset ends, you share that last kiss on the beach before picking up your things and heading back to town. Leaving the outcropping and the last of the sun's light. Behind you, the waves crash. Wind carries the salt and tang inland. Ahead, the first lanterns of Riyadh flicker to life, warm and welcoming. Road back feeling different than your road out. Path not just to the lodge, but to whatever comes next, the next chapter. Which would be a
Yona's
great
gonna take
joke to
over
say,
and
that's
rule
where
with
we
an
end
iron
up the
fist.
scene, but
Yeah.
The plot twist, Yona's gonna take over and rule with an iron fist.
Yes. It's gonna She'll be the dictator of Snowed Skull by the time.
It's all a power grab.
Yeah.
My
Good.
plan has come to fruition.
All right. As you get back to the Riyadh Lounge, from outside, it's glowing like a beacon in the dark. Uh, Shutters are thrown wide, spilling orange firelight into the night. From inside, you hear almost foreign sounds, Aliona. Laughter, fiddle music, and the pounding of boots on wooden floors, carrying out into the crisp evening air. The warmth of it, the sound of it, it's as though the whole neighborhood has gathered inside. And the moment you step through the doors, cheers erupt from the crowd inside, neighbors, friends, the very few lodge regulars. All raise mugs high, voices booming in congratulations as candles flicker in every corner, casting the crowd in a warm golden light. As Aliona, you catch sight of Nurin standing just off near the door, as if waiting for a surprise that didn't really go off as a surprise, but quickly just goes and gives you a hug. That he's apparently put together a party for you.
She'll hug him back. Like, it's nice seeing the lodge like this.
Not sure the floors can take this much activity, though.
I'm sure they'll be fine.
The hall is alive with firelight and warmth as the tables groan beneath the weight of roasted meats, hearty stews, wheels of cheese, and tankards of ale that never seem to run dry. Air is thick with the mingled scents of smoke, honeyed mead, spiced lamb. Friends and neighbors crowding together, shoulder to shoulder on benches, their laughter rumbling like thunder as great fire roars in the hearth, casting leaping shadows along the timber walls, as tonight is a night for celebration. And Nurin, stepping away from the hug, steps over to one of the tables, steps up on the bench. There's a moment of a little bit of uneasiness before he steps up onto the table. Everything holds as he raises his hand, mug in hand, calls for quiet from the room. The couple minstrels quiet their instruments. Everybody slowly comes to attention. Nurin calls out, "My daughter, betrothed, and to a clan leader, no less. Who would have ever thought? Come, let us drink. Tonight we honor the beginning of their journey." It's met with cheers and tossing back of drinks as the music picks back up and everybody eases into celebration relatively easily. They enjoy the food and the drinks and have a good time.
When Nurin comes down from the table after his announcement, Yoffer would definitely share a drink, probably like a shot of something with him, as like a bonding thing, I guess. And then
He joins you, but you also notice that he is probably at least 5 or 6 in.
yeah, and after their shared drink, they're going to do like the forearm grab and where they hug each other, mainly hug. And he's going to just quietly say to him, "We are family now. Anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask." And I don't mean it to come across as a clan leader saying that. It would have been the same no matter the outcome.
Like I said, just make sure she always comes first.
Always. If anyone could keep me home, it's her.
He turns it into a more of a cordial hug at that, less of the bro hug. And then you can tell like there's a little bit of emotion as he pulls away. It's like, drinks. Oh, that's me. Never mind.
Is Salinas one of the people playing an instrument? Awesome. Jofredir's gonna go grab Aliona by the hand and they're gonna go out and dance.
All right.
Something that probably nobody has seen Jofredir do. So he's not great at it, but he don't care.
Did you
I do a
dance
performance.
at the party in Snoat Skull?
No, I don't think he's ever danced.
All right.
We'll do a performance
Yeah.
just for the shits and giggles.
Give me a.
Salinas,
It's that -1. Finally comes into play.
Acrobatics. I'll let you do acrobatics.
Acrobatics, okay.
I imagine Dex will help you a little bit.
Salinas changes the song to something with a little bit more like driving beat, something that Aliona can guide him.
Just slightly better.
It's better than average. You look pretty good out there.
Jofredir's gonna be looking down quite often.
Salinas isn't playing his best either.
My
They're dragging you
apologies.
down.
My apologies in advance if I step on your feet. You can probably tell I don't do this.
Just follow me, we'll be fine.
Taking your lead as you set into dance, quite a few others from the group that's gathered here start to join the dance floor. One of the dressmakers from the clothing shop that you recognize the papers from grabs your father and pulls him out onto the dance floor. There's some history here. It's not like she's always been flirtatious. Your father has never given her the time of day. So he is very, very reluctant to get out on the dance floor with her. But the moment catches everybody and everybody commences to dance like nobody cares.
Dance her pants off.
No, that's a completely different party.
Yeah, maybe that frat party Kiesel was at in the dream.
Yeah.
But
There you go. Maybe Alfred will find that next week. Tune in, folks. As the night's festivities continue on, passing for hours upon hours as you alternate between dancing to the music, singing along to local folk songs that the other minstrels are happy to queue up with Salinas so that he can chime in despite being a little bit out of his usual.
Yeah.
People taking their time to come up to you, share stories. Obviously, these are Aliona and Nurin's people. These are not Jofredir's people, so you're hearing a lot of stories of little Aliona when she was a kid, and hearing from different people from her past. There's one woman named Fenella, who was kind of always like a big sister, like neighborhood big sister. A decent amount older than Aliona, but it was kind of like, oh, everybody looked up to her. She was so cool, always cutting edge. She's there with her partner and telling a story about this one time when little Aliona nearly toppled a stall in the market as she was chasing after Fenella. And that, somehow she survived and grew up into a woman, and now she's getting married. And you get similar stories from other people. The dressmaker is going and like checking your dress and then bragging to everybody that she made it. This is her creation and everything. A few other people that you've known over the years, childhood playmates or just people from the neighborhood that worked in different shops. Yeah, just passing through different stories in between dances. And eventually, several hours into the night, your father being pretty sauced at this point, he has kept steady alcohol going. Kind of starting to worry he won't have stock left afterwards because this is more than you would expect him to have in store. But he goes to step up on the table again, quickly decides that's a bad idea as he kind of stumbles back down.
As he starts to go up, Aliona will bring him back down.
Yeah,
There we go.
Riopri will be right there too.
Cushioning his fall as he doesn't actually fall to the ground, is able to keep upright, drink in the air as goes to make another announcement, not hearing anybody quiet. Then he goes and slams his cup on the table, gives it 3 raps as, hey, pet the pet. Gives a couple raps on the table. Drink sloshing everywhere across the table, splashing on everybody as he's trying to get everybody's attention, but gets things to quiet down enough to have everybody listen to him. Friends, neighbors, good-for-nothings, hear me now. Lodge has been my hearth and my heart for many years. Time has come for me to follow a new road. Be closing the lodge just for a season or 2 or 3 or 4. Kind of just it just trails on for a little bit before he catches back up. As I travel with my daughter to her new home in Snowed Skull. New beginnings. As he goes to take a drink, and everything had sloshed out when he was wrapping his cup on the table, and he's looking around to go fill it. As get some more cheers. Once he's able to fill his cup back up, he goes and holds it up again. To family, to love, to the road ahead. As he goes and actively takes the seamstress out on the dance floor this time, and just goes dancing away.
Well, I guess there's his answer for that question.
Well, I sure hope he knows that he's still gonna have this place. I'll be sure to pay the upkeep while he's not here.
Alright. After that big speech and people are still partying and such, Aliona's gonna kind of pull Yofradir away a little bit, and say, this party is great and all, and it's wonderful, but at this point I think this party's a little bit more for them than it is for us.
I can see that. Plus, we've never been much of a crowd of people. Where would you like to go?
Let's go. The temple.
You lead the way, my love. You're pretty drunk too, but
Yeah. Yeah, she's just gonna sneak off. She's just gonna take him back up to her room.
it's an Irish exit.
Yeah.
Alright, as the two of you sneak off, everything's kind of running long into the night. You have some people that have passed out here or there. Some people have left, turned in for the night. Things are starting to quiet down, even with the singing and the music and everything. So, Salinas, you get a good opportunity to, like, all right, I'm done. I'm going to go mingle around, but notice your friends are missing. Them having left at some point in time. But the night runs long, laughter, music, and dancing spilling out into the streets as the party eventually draws to a close. Candles burning low, mugs are drained, even the most tireless revelers eventually begin to fade. As the last song plays and the warmth of the lodge feels both eternal and fleeting. One chapter closing and another opening. Party runs out as does the evening. Salinas, having been provided his room as a place to go stay. Aliona and Jofridir, having found a room, carry on as they so choose. Fade to black moment, I suppose. But and thus ends the party.
Wow, 6 a.m. already?
I think once Salinas would have noticed the other two gone, he would have slipped away as well. He would have thanked Nurin, and wished him well. And I think once he didn't have to continue to put up the appearance of partying with the other two, he wouldn't bother.
Okay. The next morning.
Would it be possible for me to do something that
Possibly.
evening?
I will let the
What
dog
would you like to do?
then.
When Salinas slips up to his room, blocking out the sounds of the partying still happening over in the main room. He's going to sit down and comb through his notes. Everything that he saw that earlier that day, look through them again. Is there anything I missed? Right. Still need to get that last book, but what else could I have missed? What else? I need to commit this to memory. And after an hour or two of studying, pack up his papers. Take out a little piece of kind of quartz, clear stone, set it on full stand, and cast light on it.
Okay.
This glowing crystal. And then he's going to speak. I'm not good at prayer. I'm not going to waste time with pointless flattery. But I would like some more answers. I understand what you were trying to tell me. I hear you loud and clear about the bigger picture. I hope you have seen that. Or just like a way to actually get answers at what I'm supposed to do. So obviously what I've been doing is not enough. And he's just gonna look at this glowing rock until this spell wears off.
A few moments after you conclude the words, as you're staring at this piece of quartz, there's like a little bit of an ebb to the light, so it goes a little bit brighter for a moment, and this kind of goes into a beacon, brighter, lower, brighter, lower, for a few moments, maybe 10-15 seconds, before just going back to its normal state and running until the spell runs out.
Kind of frustratedly, or I don't know what I was expecting. He just stuffs it back in his bag and goes to bed.
Roll me a con save, I suppose.
On save? Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh-oh. He is still he has been getting in the habit of taking off his ring every night. He is still doing that. Oh boy. Okay. Oh goody.
You'd have advantage. Sorry, I should have said that on the
Oh,
front
okay.
end with your.
Okay, cool. Oh,
Okay.
so much worse.
Saw those 20s last week. It had to go
I know we
somewhere.
burned through all of the good numbers.
The 9. Your frustration makes it hard to sleep. Basically, just keeps you up for several hours. The party downstairs doesn't help either, but
Yeah.
ultimately, you get very little sleep. Enough, but you are quite groggy in the morning when the time comes that you intend to leave for the library.
This might be a fully he
second
sleeps
attempt.
in. He sleeps in long enough that someone might have to come someone might have to come get him. We'll have to see.
Why don't the other two roll me some con saves from the night's festivities more so than anything? All right.
Party.
They know what's going on.
Yofredir, no effects the next morning. Nobody's hangover here. And honestly, with the 19, you guys are both wake up in the morning, but probably with little interest, desire to really do anything. And kind of, you're waiting one place. Salinas will let us know when he's ready to go to the library. And Salinas is snoozing, waiting for somebody to wake him up. And you all end up sleeping in a long time.
Yeah.
Or at least staying in your rooms. But eventually, getting back together, heading over back to the Summoners Academy of Torsland. And in an attempt to gain access to the Forbidden Tome that also contributed to Salinas' restless night of the needing to know. Nothing worse than anything for Salinas than unanswered questions.
Yeah.
At some point, when the three of them regroup, right as Eliana and Yofredir regroup with Salinas, Yofredir will I mean, obviously he wouldn't be hiding it from Aliona, but he would kind of be talking just to Salinas. I know you have your plate quite full, and there are many things that you do. But in
Yeah.
all of the time we have been traveling together, you have always had, and I do not mean this in a bad way, but a more opposing view on things. And that can be very useful. I would, of course, no pressure on you. If you would be willing, I would like to have you as an advisor. Now, for that, you wouldn't have to stay in Snowstall. You can send messages. But I feel like that opposing view, or view from a different point of view, would be very useful. And I feel like you'd be perfect for that.
Oh well, nothing like that to really get you awake.
Now, of course, no pressure. You can take as much time as you need to think it over. I do not expect
No,
you to
I
answer
mean,
right away.
it. I'm honored by you thinking of me like that. I would be happy to do what I can.
That does make me happy. And I'm sure your other skills will also come in handy.
I would hope so.
And your will kind of turn to both of them and say at the same time, "You think Zedri could wed us? He seems to be the most religious of us all, I suppose."
Um,
Wouldn't be
but I'm
opposed.
not really sure how your customs work.
Well, I'm a bit more open to things. Now, of course, everyone knows Torsland people as raiders and pillagers. I'm not opposed to doing things a bit different, more trade and things along that route. I do want to spend as much time as possible home. But of course, there are some raids out of necessity or defense or what it may be. But I think our main economy should be built off of trade and relations.
I think that can certainly be worked with.
And of course, that also means accepting other people's traditions. We have our own traditions here, but we're a bit of a ragtag party. We all mix ours together. I see no reason why, however Zedri may know, for that to be the way, as long as that's okay with you. Turning to Alyona.
Of course. I would not be opposed at all.
Oh, I suppose we can go over details when we're back home. I know y'all want to go look at a book, yes?
Yes.
Yes, hopefully it's not too much of a trouble this time.
Well, I probably would not help that situation, so I will make sure we have everything we may need for whenever we head back to Snowstall.
Yes, we can
And
probably sell all but 3 of the snow rams.
yeah, that should go into help. I'll make sure we have plenty of supplies and everything else.
Or I guess,
Alright.
Silver, do we still have the reindeer?
think the reindeer are in Snowed Skull. I don't think they came to Riob.
Wait. Okay, cool. That's fine. I was going to suggest keeping them, so if they're still in Snow Skull anyway, that's fine.
Yeah, I think you guys just took your snow rams from Snowed Skull to Riob to part ways.
Okay. Eliona, do you know which one you would like?
Snorams?
Is what I mean.
It's-
I'm going to keep Ivory, but
you know, let's see. I think Zedre had a very special connection to one of them. Perhaps we should keep that one around. We'll be here
Okay,
for
let's
him when
do
he
that.
comes back.
I will make sure the arrangements are made.
I will note that if Nurin's taking supplies to stock the tavern and is going with you, or even coming later, he may need something to pull a wagon. So
Yep.
you may have
Sure.
cause to keep most of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
probably keep 2 for like pulling the wagon or whatever it is with Nurin and his stuff.
Okay. So, it's all but one or two. Did we have 6? Did we have 6 originally?
What, had 7?
7 originally.
Because Aliona had one too, so.
Oh, yeah. I guess Eliona did.
Oh
have
yeah.
I'd say
So I
if you're
guess we
getting rid
could-
of one, probably Brevins.
Well, we get rid of 2. We can. Have a little bit of extra cash. No need to upkeep an extra 2 animals. Well,
Okay.
go for the unless you would like to keep them. I mean, it might not be the worst thing just to have in the at Snow Skull if you would like a bit more livestock.
I think we need to make sure everything else is in place first. Plus, we do have the reindeer; they can do some good labor.
All right. Yeah, so I guess sell off 2, then just take it down to 5.
Okay. Alright, as Yofridir goes off to take care of preparations for your eventual departure, Aliona and Salinas making your way back to the Summoners Academy of Torsland. And at this point in time, late morning, nearing midday, after the sleeping in and conversations and getting things going for the day, step into the academy yet again for day 2, round 2 with Nita and the library.
Oh, by the way, how much was that like deposit fee or whatever that was last time?
100
I don't
gold.
think I ever took that. 100 gold? Okay.
Yeah. Which, if there's no damage to things, you're supposed to get that back.
Okay, and how much was the focus?
That I have to look up. As to... It's not going to be anything super expensive. I was just going to find something comparable.
Sure.
With 10 gold.
Okay.
That seems to run about the average for basic arcane focus in the PHB, so.
Okay. And he would have left Nita a tip of a platinum when he left as well as a thank you. Good morning. Good to see you again. Everything is all right.
Oh, you all look a little bit worse for wear today.
There's the
Late night
yes,
revel.
well, the inn was just rather loud. Other people were doing late night revelry, and I couldn't sleep.
Oh, I must have been staying at the Blue Dawn.
Ludon is nice.
Tends to be a
Yes,
bit
it is.
exciting. Anyway,
Um,
back again.
Yes, so we don't have to bother you again. I am still very interested in that book. We get the key from the rector, or let him know, or if I need to put down an extra deposit to get into the more rare ones, I can do that. Whatever we need to do. Give her the best charming smile if you can.
Give me a persuasion.
Okay. Sullivan rolled above 10, but we'll take it.
I anticipated you'd probably be back today. So I did talk to Rector Delano last night. Brought things up with him that you may be returning, but as I stated, he has final say on any of those decisions, so I will need to go get him and he can speak with you about it. So,
Of course,
just
yes.
wait here. I'll be back. Keep an eye on Reggie. Reggie's sleeping. There's nothing to keep an eye on. He's chillaxing there. He opened one eye to look at you as you walked up, flicked his tongue quick, and then just went back to sleep. So
He'll keep an eye regardless, just in case.
Yeah.
So Nina takes off down a hallway. That's gone for 3-4 minutes, and comes back with Rector Delano. Well, share those images again. Image of Nita from last session and as stated, it's not very long before Rector Delano arrives. Crisp movements, composed demeanor as he steps up. Looking over each of you before softening a bit, giving a nice polite smile. He's been friendly all the way through. Nothing to expect that he'd be anything different. I was informed of your request. The chain tomes are preserved, not studied here. Even as rector, I am bound by the rules of the academy. Outsiders may not open them, nor most staff. The knowledge within is dangerous, to say the least, and the books themselves fragile. He folds his hands behind his back, just kind of. He has spoken.
I see.
Share my Delano picture. That I was somehow able to get the SAT on his hat.
Nice. Well, I understand the rules. Perhaps if there would be a staff member who would be willing to accompany us. I mean, and if, like I was telling Nita, if there needs to be any other sort of fee or donation or perhaps some sort of trade, I do have perhaps a magic item I would be willing to donate to the school in return for getting to study that text, even if it was being a supervised studying of it. Being very careful with the old manuscript.
Give me a persuasion check.
Ooh. Come on, guys. You gotta back me up here.
Yeah, I was I was just seeing if there was anything um Eliona has that she could help with, but yeah, could she provide the help action? Just be like, uh
Give me a
when we
description of what you'd be doing. Yeah.
yes, okay, okay. Um like I mean we promised not to do anything untoward. We I'm from here. I'd hate for any information learned to hurt this place in any way. Where my friend here, uh, he is a scholar. He's an adventurer from uh, all around, and this information would be incredibly helpful for the things he's been trying to do to help this place.
All right. I'm feeling generous tonight. We'll give you a deal.
Yay.
Thank you. Come on. Okay, I'll take a 14.
I mean, the rules are the rules for a reason. And troublingly enough, it appears that someone has already been tampering with the wards protecting the books in this section. Were it not for your inquiry, I might not have discovered the breach until far later. I suppose that much I can thank you for.
Well, I'm happy to have at least helped with that.
That being said, I simply don't see a way around the rules of the school itself. I am simply the arbiter of these things. I have to follow rules myself, and while I am given final decision, I am also held responsible for anything that happens. And as I said, this knowledge contained within these books is not meant to be studied. The book itself that you referenced, upon doing some review of notes, it's nearly destroyed well over 1,000 years ago by representatives from a certain church here in the area who felt it was heresy, somehow got a hold of things by manipulating the rules to get in and get access to the book, and proceeded to attempt to destroy it as a heretical material. As stated, being firm believers in the Pantheon that don't support the spreading of heretical lies. However, we also don't believe in the destruction of knowledge, so it has been our position to maintain the book in its current condition in a secure environment where neither harm nor to it or harm from it can occur.
I see. So it will
Well,
not be, there's not very much text there to study, to be left to study anyway, is what you are saying.
The book itself contains some references to, as I stated, heretical materials, talking about other gods other than the Pantheon. But, honestly, it is not a very scholarly piece of writing. It is more the ramblings of a explorer who found cave paintings and other things that reference different beings that he took to naming himself and spreading their stories. A few that happen to correspond with a few folk legends around here. Um, a few others that honestly may just be pure poppycock.
I see.
Oh, but if
I-
someone's tampering with it, perhaps someone's trying to, destroy it again, and whatever's in there might have some dangerous information that shouldn't fall into the wrong hands, so you'd want it to be in the right hands so
I
that
believe
That
that
would raise the question
they
of
are
what
the right
is the right
hands.
hand.
Well, I think they are very capable hands. But it does seem like you have a footnoted version, or at least someone's notes that had read the book. Perhaps a compromise would be if I could perhaps read through those, or any kind of notes that you may have been able to review without actually pulling the book from its conservation.
Oh, I don't have any notes per se. That would be just copying the same heretical materials and making a duplication. That would be furthering the problem. But when I became rector of this establishment, it was one of my duties to review the materials to know what is in our possession. So I was a long task to setting to a review of everything within the restricted area at the top of the library, as well as notes such as you reference here for some of the other materials to understand a total picture of what we have contained here. So, yes, I have reviewed the book, but no, I do not have any notes. Like I said, to
I see.
make copies of it would be just perpetuating the issue.
I see. This is so. This kind of more like heretical or connection to folklore is the thing I am studying. Is my goal for the church. So I understand rules are rules. Not going to be able to get up into there, but perhaps further my study in the future. Did you at least remember the names of the beings within that book? If it would be possible to just get the names that you remember, that would help me immensely.
I mean, within the reference to folklore of the area, I mean, there was some references to the Winter Mother, popular superstition around here, sort of a boogeyman of the winter, uh, as well as there was some other references to something called the God of Living Blood. Um, that one's not as common within the folklore around here, but there's some similarities to a blood god that used to be worshipped by small clans, most of which have died out at this point. The worship has died out. Uh, be rest
Yes, of
assured of
course.
that.
He like makes eyes like he's hoping that he'll list all of the names that he remembers.
I mean, aside from that, most of the other ones, I don't recall specifically. They were individuals that there's really no way of tracking whether they tie to anything in reality or if they were just, ooh, I saw a painting on the side of the wall, and here I'll call it this. Um,
Sure, but anything that you can remember will be helpful. Perhaps it's not here, but he said he was a traveler elsewhere in the world.
Give me another persuasion, and I'll let you keep the advantage from before.
I'm really trying. That is really the main goal. I wanted the 13 fucking names. Uh, like if I can just get that, I will be satisfied. No, that was the 16. Uh, hi friends. Hi, friends that are watching.
Am I allowed to
You can help
redeem
me
my
out here.
channel points?
No, you're not. But you were gifted inspiration. You and Yoferdir were given wedding gifts of inspiration earlier. You could grant your inspiration point over to Salinas to do a reroll.
I will do that. Here you go.
Thank you so much. Do I still get advantage on the reroll?
It is a reroll of the roll, so
Okay.
that was a much better roll.
Oh, that's a much
Yeah,
better
yeah.
roll.
Oh, you
It's
forgot to have
it's
the
a plus.
modifiers. So 24.
I'd probably
Yeah.
add the modifier. So yeah, +9, so 24.
Only 10 points higher than the last roll. Or
Yeah.
9 points higher, sorry. Okay. I suppose, let's see. Let me try and recall them. There was a reference to, I believe it was called the Crone. The Dweller in Darkness was another. Strokes the fur on his chin. The One Who Sees All? Aliona, you got your wedding gift back.
Hey. Thank you guys.
The Fate Weaver, Lord of Mirrors, I believe, or Reflection, something like that. And gosh, it's taxing my memory. It was a lot of materials I had to review. There was the Waking Dream was one. Let's see. Serpent Beneath. Let's see, how many was that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, jeez, 4 more. The silent one or hushed one? I'm sorry. The other 3 escape me. I don't recall.
You are
honestly, I don't
you have
recall
been-
whether there was even 13 in the book. It may have been a mistitled thing, for that matter.
Well, or they may have been lost in the fire. Regardless, I am so grateful for your help and for your use of your texts.
Oh, well, certainly happy to help out with research. Hope you understand our rules and why we could not release, fully what was contained in the books.
Yes, I do understand. I can respect wanting to protect that.
Well, I suppose if you don't need anything else, thanks for visiting. We are on short staff today. With the sudden thaw finally hitting, we have released the students for a bit of a vacation. It's pretty quiet around here, but we'll be reducing staff down, giving all of the staff a little bit of a vacation as well.
Well, today will probably be our last day here. We're going to head out soon. So, thank you again for your use of your time. If I do not see you again.
Yeah, you're welcome to use the library today if you so choose. It should be pretty quiet in there. I don't imagine too many students will be studying on a vacation day. So
Only the crazy ones.
Those are the ones that need the vacation more than anybody.
It's a mandated vacation on their end.
With that, I have some things to attend to, but you are welcome to use the library. Just be aware. Probably steer clear of the restricted section, I would advise. Anything that is labeled with double Z at the beginning, it's pretty much count on that not being accessible.
Good to know.
You are left to the library at your disposal. Cavernous, cold, still. A complete lack of activity within. Nobody's moving the staircase because there's nobody in there to move the staircase. It's just the two of you in a cavernous, cylindrical, massive room.
Well,
Is there anything else you needed to know?
well, I did want. There were a couple of mentions, location-wise, last time. Mentions of the Frostrennets, having altars, in caves of perpetual ice at the top of mountains, and the Sanglut in ancient forests. So perhaps just some maps and like geography, cross-reference those, see if we can find any landmarks or connections from those places of worship, perhaps. I don't know if they were worship or not, of altars, places of power, with any kind of actual geographic locations.
Okay. Can I, before we start checking out books, can would Aliana have heard of any of these places? Just from stories and such?
Give me a history check.
Okay. And I do have a trait for
You do.
yeah, so I can.
Ooh.
Yes, I know this place is what it's called. So if I make a history check about something from our home region of Torsland, she does it with advantage. So
Nice.
advantage, history, blah, blah. Oh, was
Oh, I
almost
thought that was me at
17.
17.
I was almost.
Do I stick with your roll?
You saying
Ooh.
maybe I should use my my new wedding gift?
That is entirely up to you.
Let's do it.
Inspo was the only thing on the registry. I bet if you use it, someone else will give it back to you again.
There's a good chance of that because I'm pretty sure most people
There's a
have
good chance of that.
So
All right, let's see. History.
yeah, we're improving a little bit. I don't know why I tried to click on it and it gained and then used somehow. Okay. 20? No?
Dang.
To be fair, you reside in a part of the territory that doesn't have a whole lot of mountaintops. Those are quite a bit away.
That's true. That shucks. Well, I've never heard of these places, but if they exist, we'll find them here.
Well, I'll do my best. I doubt there's going to be exact, like, there's an altar to a heretical god in this place. Follow this trail, but general idea of what would be considered an ancient forest. Where are the highest mountaintops that where the ice never melts? Just use the descriptors and try and narrow it down.
Right.
Chupa Chup redeeming the inspiration back to Aliona.
We love this.
Perpetual inspiration.
Yeah.
I know.
All right. We did investigation checks last time, or an investigation check.
I'll give you advantage again because I think you still have a higher modifier.
Okay. Investigation. Da-da.
Okay.
Okay, 18. So you don't find anything that says, like, confirms places of perpetual ice. However, just basic geography mapping and things like that are referenced in some really, really boring geography tomes that just talk about here's where mountains are, and here's where mountains are not, and here's what I called this mountain, and nobody calls it that mountain. But because there are maps involved, you can still go and approximate locations. You're able to find the location of, several prominent caves in mountaintops along both the Dragonspine Mountains and the Dristicfell Mountains. Whether they're perpetual ice, there's no notation to that degree. It's just a matter of these are some larger caves that have been mapped out.
Okay. Ooh. Hey. Great and generous DM. Could you open up the map of Porcelain?
I probably could do that. Well, actually, we'll make this a little bit simpler. I will just open up the Winternacht map.
Okay.
And you can, because of the resolution that's on it, you can zoom in pretty good on Torslin.
Okay, nice.
So, Dragonspine Mountains, obviously being the big spine of mountains that goes down through the middle of the country. Dristicfell is that top ridge that comes off of it.
Okay.
Top spur.
All right. Could you mark the mountains in the Dristicfell Mountains that would be the tallest, like the most likely to have the snow cap year round? I think those are the up here.
We won there. Which that one, you would quickly identify as being, that's approximately the same location as where Zymora was. The dragon.
Okay.
There is another one over here.
Okay.
And then the rest of them are on the dragon spine.
Okay.
There's one here just next to the big peak that's at the end of the spur. This might be my favorite music.
Okay.
Oop. And then I moved my ping somewhere else. Got caught up in the tombs.
Okay.
Then another one in the other two are in the other two big large peaks.
Okay. Is there any in the can I ping?
You click the little bullseye up top. If you open up your
There it is.
toolbar.
Are there any in this range of
This book
mountains
doesn't
up here?
talk about that those mountains.
Okay, so not any up there. Okay, cool.
No.
Okay. Cool.
And I will say, since you guys are tag teaming this, the reason the research focuses on the area that was referenced there, that's around Riyadh, is because the rest of this country is the more lawless wastelands of Torsland that are your literacy levels going down, the likelihood to make a book, the likelihood to be tolerant of some random guy who shows up saying, I'm making maps and I want to write a book about them. That you're probably not going to live or get to leave. So there's not as much research about the other areas of Torsland. The area, this was the hub. This was where all trade processed through Riyadh. The clans around Riyadh are considered the better educated and better, more civilized, I suppose, of the clans. Simply by proximity and by trading with the bastion of civilization in Torsland, which is Riyadh.
Right.
Which
Gotcha.
we already know that even as a bastion of civilization, it still has its limits too. So.
And what about the reference to ancient forests?
On the ancient forests, the only references you can find with an 18 are to the forest split by a mountain. It's kind of a vague reference, but in your mind, registers as being the forest you were in.
Yeah.
This part of the country, there's not a whole lot of old forests because most of the forest areas have been
Harvested?
basically, put to use. And there's honestly a lot of areas that just don't have any trees anyway. So the few forests that are there are mostly used by the different clans. They're not necessarily ancient. There's a few larger forests and stuff that I can put that map up. Not the one I want either. I thought we had a nice... Okay. Leave it to me to name a map without the word Torsland in it. Why would you need to have the name Torsland in your map of Torsland? So this is the map we use to track your guys' path when you went.
Yes.
So you have the forest just to the south of Snowed Skull.
Yeah.
That's a decent sized forest. There's two other very large forests over to the east, one just to the south of Riyadh, Munaiv Hollow, and then Dataskog, which is further to the east. Those are... Munaiv Hollow is fairly well used by Riyadh, both as a
Weird.
barrier and as for wood supplies for the city.
Mhm.
Dataskog is occupied by a different clan over on that side. Aside from that, it's every once in a while you run into scattered trees and stuff, but it's not a whole lot of large forests other than the ancient one you traveled through that's at the bottom right before you cross into the Dristic Fell.
Leona, the Dataskog here, you know that it's occupied by another clan. Is it fairly regularly used, like when you have Hollow?
For that.
It's like it's close enough to Riyadh. You might know if it's regularly lumbered and explored.
Give me a history check. Get a better odds of being successful on this one.
Yeah, okay.
16. Yeah, the clan that occupies the territory to the east of Moonive Hollow and to the north of the Dataskog is renowned weaponsmiths. They would harvest the force pretty heavily in order to feed their furnaces. It's actually probably the most industrious clan in Torsland. And also, fun little note that I will say with your 16, Aliona would know that's where Gilfridir's mom's from. That was her clan before she joined Clan Silver.
She'll explain a little about it, and then it's actually where Yulfridir's mother is from. So if you're interested, perhaps when we go to Snow School, she'll be able to tell you more about it.
Perhaps that would be lovely. Yes, I think if there was an altar there, it would have been discovered and reported on, and if it's regularly being used, who knows if it hasn't already been destroyed or scrapped for other stone or parts. I think perhaps, yes. Still good to know. I think this was still a successful trip.
Think so?
I think so.
You got some names?
some-
You got some places?
Some names, got some mountains. Don't super look forward to having to climb another mountain, especially without Zedri's magic to boost us on the way. Well, Aliona,
Yes.
this isn't an opportunity you get every day, and we still have the rest of the afternoon. Can I help you find anything you're looking for?
And what would Aliona... The only thing I can think of is like... just... like... more adventure stories. Like, she's...
I want
I
a
don't know if
shopping
they'd-
spree. Over there, they'd be 100 gold.
That's true. She also has a lot of money.
Like the fiction section or the historical fiction section? Can you direct
Yeah.
this with a good story? Maybe a little basis and facts would be okay.
Yeah.
But none of the
Um,
ones where Yoffer got hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, honestly, maybe she Yeah, she'll look for some like historical accounts of like things that have gone down in Snowed Skull. Maybe like the history of the place and such like that.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
All right. Is
With advantage, I'm still helping.
yeah.
Ooh,
Here we go.
yeah.
You find several references to Snowed Skull, mostly in passing for different places, but you do find one book that seems to be some sort of a catalog of the history of the clan for roughly about 100 years in its history, but it's not up to date. It's a good 30, 40 years ago that it runs out before Torsten's reign. Not long before Torsten's reign, but just a little bit back before. Probably about one guy before Torsten.
This would be like it is like family though, like family line. Or
So in reading through that, you know what? I should just get some nice notes up here because I have some nice notes that will help here.
Ooh.
I go get somebody's lore document that is no longer with us.
Somebody, I wonder who.
So the end of the history, it runs up to Raidmaster Mervin. Is the last person referenced as just coming into power. And notice very quickly that there is no family line connection with this Mervin. That Torsten and that family line, Clan Silver in general, is not referenced very regularly. There's a few very odd, like casual little reference to, here's some of the other families that are here, but it is not Clan Silver at the time. It is goes by a different name. And strangely enough, the name has been scratched out enough that you can tell that it's not any reference to Silver. The letters don't match up, but what remains has been heavily damaged. The history of the town itself is fairly simple. It's not a lot of really interesting activity. Most of the things that are recorded here seem to be a pretty rosy picture that centers mostly around them developing a little bit of trade with the rosewood out of the forest to the south, with some agriculture that was being developed within the town, and very subtle references to raiding and pillaging, but it tries to present it as being a pretty rosy picture of, oh, these guys are nice guys and they don't do that type of stuff. Aside from that, yeah, probably the biggest takeaway is the Jofrider's line's not the historical legacy of always been the leaders here. Not sure who's the first in the line to be the leader, whether it's Torsten or whether it's somebody before him, but as far as this book is concerned, there is no reference to anybody that you've ever heard talked about, and there's, like I said, very little reference to the name Solver.
okay.
They did take a vote on who the next raid leader would be, so I guess if it wasn't
Suppose they did.
the next family person in line, perhaps that changes.
Suppose that makes sense. Okay, so the name that was scratched out was the name of the family before
Was the clan name.
the clan name. Okay.
It specifically references clan, and then there's a name that starts with a T, and the rest of it is scratched out,
Okay.
which is enough to tell you it's not silver, but what it is so
Yeah.
messed. So
But if it was just a simple vote, I don't know why they'd cross out the name.
I'm not sure either. We could ask. You could ask your fiance.
Sure, maybe Yofrir would know. That's fun to hear.
Well, I mean, and that brooch I gave you.
Yes.
Make sure you keep it on you. Okay?
Okay. I will.
Just saying it could be useful.
Keep that in mind.
Nope. Pack up our whatever we have. Put books back.
Yeah.
Unless there's anything else that you want to do, Aliona, I think I'm good.
Yeah, not at the library. But she'll go on a little shopping spree afterwards.
Things will come with you.
But yeah, we don't have to, go through it all. But
shoot me a DM
Yeah.
of what you're thinking.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
Gotcha.
As you leave the academy and head back out into the streets of Riyadh on what is slowly becoming a lot more summery outside, which by any southerner's account is basically spring in temperature wise. It is not getting warm here, it is getting nice here, pleasant, perfect temperature, that nice 70 to 75 degrees you might set your thermostat at with minimal humidity. We pause for station identification. No.
Hmm? What's happening?
I'm just waiting for Briar's message as to what she wants to do.
Oh.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I don't know you need it now.
Oh, okay. If you don't plan on it being like anything that has to be known right now, then no, that's fine.
No, I mean it's just gonna be some like frivolous stuff.
Oh, okay.
He
Okay.
hasn't had this type of money before, and so
Fair.
it's just getting
Nope,
like
that's fine. I will
a
let
bunch
you
of
tell me
clothes,
what you
some
got
like yeah.
when we get
she's
an
getting
opportunity. So,
okay.
all right. You guys all retreat back to Riyadh Lodge. Yofridir's there with Nurin, helping to pack up some belongings. No vibe of he thinks he's moving permanently or anything like that. It's just a matter of getting things together, going to take a little vacation to go start another job. So, kind of a vacation. But they're working on packing things up. Basically, over the course of the evening, you all have the opportunity to get your things together, figure out anything, take care of any business that you still have in Riyadh over the course of the afternoon, shopping, anything else like that that you have that afternoon and evening. But really finding that there's not a whole lot of business left to be done here. Set the plans to head west in the morning. A wagon's been secured, the snow rams have been arranged, everything's ready to go. Do you have anything, any conversations or anything that need to be taken care of before you leave?
Salinas has a couple of things really quick. Salinas would like to take the little small arcane focus that he got.
Mhm.
And take his jacket and cut a slash, rip open to get onto the inside of it.
Okay.
Stuff the arcane focus like inside, like in between fabric panels of his jacket. Wait, before I do that, let me double check and make sure I have. Okay, I do. Okay, I do have mending. And it was like I thought I did. I do, and then cast mending and seal up that tear cut to basically encase that focus inside of his jacket as a backup, just in case.
Anything else?
I'm finishing up a message right now.
Okay.
I'd like to send a message to Cedri.
Oh.
So that evening, they're alone again, going through their notes. Take out his spell book and start writing down the message that we sent over to Cedri. Cedri, I hope you found the staff. Would be good to give to...
I will note, you are on the 27th day. They are 2 days into their journey on the boat. Of a 2-week journey. So,
you're right.
They are in the future at the moment.
I got it reversed.
No,
okay.
send it to me on the boat. Let me flip out.
No, I got it. I forgot that I thought they were further. I thought it was the other way around.
No.
Yes, they're still on their boat. Still on the boat.
They are in the future. Okay. Alfred is in the past, and you all are in the present, I suppose.
Time is a weird soup. Okay. Different message to Cedri.
Okay.
Cedri, I found some names during my research. Could you ask Lonin to look at her husband's notes for them when you get to the Untenduck? Hey, that's 25.
Does Cedri have a reply?
Oh, you're gonna let me respond? Yeah.
You're here.
From beyond.
Yeah. Zedri will respond. Sure thing. On boat. Going good.
He'll send another message. I'm glad. Hope you are safe. Be well. Make sure you bring Verelia something when you ask for help.
Am well. Will do. Seasick.
And then
Oh, no.
And then if Cedri has his notes ready, his notebook ready, Salinas will spend a couple sendings just listing off the 10 names that he got, just so Cedri has them in reference as well.
I have 8. What were the other 2?
Also, the Winter Mother, God of Living Blood,
Mm-hmm.
the Crone,
Ah, okay.
the Dweller in Darkness,
Okay.
the One Who Sees All.
That's where I picked up. Yeah. Fate Weaver,
Okay,
Lord of Mirrors,
Fate Weaver, Lord of Mirrors,
Waking Dream.
Serpent Beneath, and the Silent or Hushed One.
Okay.
I think he's going to include the Wither Mother in the list too, because that's in his notes. So
Okay.
he has 11 of the 13. Because looking through, he doesn't think that any of those are the Wither Mother. Alright, that's what all Salinas needs to do, unless people want to speak with him.
Aliana does her shopping. Do you feel have any business to attend to before departing?
No, not really. I mean, throughout the day, he'd probably talk to some of the different shops and trader stalls or whatever that are around here to start the conversation about starting to trade with Snowfall at least.
Yeah, within that district, there's at least one reputable metalsmith shop. There's some clothing shops. Those would probably be your best ones in the neighborhood, but across town, there's some other things too. So, all right. Pass another night here in Snowdskull, or not in Snowdskull and Riob. We have not jumped to another town yet. Time is a messy thing. Okay, 28th day it's on now as you wake up the next morning, get things going, get things ready, finish any packing for the wagon. You have a few moments to exchange any pleasantries before you get on the road. Aliona would have an opportunity to jaunt off to that one last location you had shopped at and pick up your item. They charged you a little bit of an extra, but it was moderately increased because you usually gave them a pretty good deal at the Blue Dawn when working there.
She probably also added a little, I just got engaged.
Yeah.
Um,
You give your give your job at the Blue Dawn your 2 weeks notice.
oh yeah. I guess she'll have to tell them she's not coming back. I forgot
No
about
notice,
that.
just doesn't show up to work.
Yeah. She's like, that's what they get for putting my dad out of business.
He had to move.
Yeah, I guess she'll tell them that she's getting married and leaving immediately. So but yeah, so she'll come back from that shop and go up to you for dear. And say, well, you gave me this. She'll hold up her bracelet. And I thought perhaps you could have one as well, so you can remember what you have to come back to when you're gone. And she'll holds up a bracelet that she had made. It's silver. It's a silver band, and the band looks like little ocean waves. And there's a clasp on it that looks like a wolf's fang. Say, it's for my sea wolf. And she'll put on his wrist.
It's beautiful. I will treasure it forever.
As you should. Also, I guess Aliona has like a lot of friends in town, so she'll probably go around and just like spend like half the day doing goodbyes.
Shopping and then stopping at every other store. She's like, oh, hey,
Yes.
yeah, that's my
Yep.
friend.
Yeah.
All right. As you all finish up your packing, all the bundles of your clothing, your possessions, your purchases packed away aboard your snow rams or aboard the wagon, along with bundles of Nurin's wares, packs of dried meat, root vegetables, coils of rope, tarps strapped over top to seal them against any of the elements, expecting that probably a decent chance you may counter some rainstorms along your journey. But get everything packed away, secured, and ready to go as you mount your snow rams and Nurin mounts the wagon. And at long last, the wagon creaks under its load as, and with a slap of the reins, the snow rams surge forward, hoofs squelching in the thawing, muddy ground as you head on the road that leads west through Riab's gates, where the guards give you the nods of recognition. And as you pass through the walls, beyond lies the open plain, wide, gray-green with glistening melt. Still some stubborn areas that haven't quite melted off, but for the most part, you start to see little signs of green, grass coming back, different plants starting to bloom back into life, with it being about a week since things started to ease slowly. And as you pass down the road, after a while, Riab fades into the mist behind you. Ahead, the horizon stretches empty and uncertain. Wagon rolling on, cutting deep grooves in the thawing earth. Cold winds sweeping across the plains, carrying with it the scent of sea and pine. Scent of home for some, and of uncertainty for others. Whatever lies ahead, your path now leads towards Yothfridir's hearth, and to the next chapter of your story. As we leave Riab behind, that is where we will end the first half of tonight's session. Welcome back. As we pick up with the second half of our session in the other group. So, as stated before, I am Saga, or I'm not Saga. My God, my brain is not working tonight. Okay. I am Silver. I'll be your storyteller this evening. Saga is Saga. She's one of the players, and
I am,
so
yes.
is AJ and Ernie for our second half of the session, which is following their three characters, Lonan, Zedri, and Kiesel, respectively, as we pick up with them in 6 spells, where we left off on the night of your second day in 6 spells. Which, reminder as to what date that is. I should start putting it in my notes proper, that I didn't.
If
So.
it's our second day, then it should go ahead and be the 38th.
That sounds right. We'll run with it. Now you have new knowledge in your brain, Cedri, that you had a conversation with Salinas in the past.
Retcon blowing up in last
That
episode.
does-
And then I can't believe he had the goal to ask me on the boat.
Unfortunately, it does bring up the issue of the staff would be a great thing to keep for Varelia, but we're kind of in it, so. Oops.
Last minute, Cedri runs back into the temple. No, I changed my mind.
I'm getting cold feet. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do this.
Please give
Heretical.
the thing back.
Heretical.
I have to give it to a witch. I'm so sorry. This sounds so much worse.
All right. So, concluding the late evening of the 38th day of Sanman, 296 years after the fall, here in Six Bells, the free city of Six Bells, island nation, island city, where the party has their home. We pick back up in the Temple of Noctalis, where we last left Lonan, before... Well, I guess Kaisel and Zedri, after the gift exchange, or gift doling out, would have retired back to their home, while Lonan chose to keep up her vigil at the Temple of Noctalis. Heading back into the temple, as you re-enter, the temple is quite hushed. It's quieter than when you arrived. Things have, after that blessing that was done, that ritual, a lot of people filtered out. You start to get, here and there, people popping back in. Some stay longer, some stay shorter periods of time. No real formal worship going on, just everybody on their own at this point. You were able to find a place pretty close to where you were at before. Continue your vigil as silence presses down like a weight. Here and there, soft sounds rising, cough, whispered prayer, a child fidgeting. But for the most part, it's a very peaceful, meditative type state within the worship location. After a few hours, more than a few, as we approach the end of the day, the midnight, and the beginning of the next calendar day, that ritual that you went through with your friends is repeated. It's the same ritual, same individuals, clerics that are putting it on at the front. Pass through that ritual again. And not too long after that, Ari, the monk that you had been communicating with, comes to you now in the wee hours of the 39th of Sanman, as he soft steps of his feet on the flagstones before he gestures for you to follow him and leads you into a small chamber in the portion of the temple that's beyond the altar, heading more towards the wall of the city. And walk into a room that is pretty bare. Not a whole lot of anything to distract. Everything is very simple. Stone, with the exception of a low table. It's a low sitting table or a tall bench. It's kind of like you could lean up against it and sit on it, but you wouldn't really be dropping all the way into a seated position. It'd almost be a leaning position. That is made of carved obsidian, similar to the altar out front. And you see marks on it, years of use, as Ari takes a seat and motions with his hand for you to take a seat next to him.
She will.
Ari looks to you and says, "The Dark One asks little, only that those who walk in his shadow give a part of themselves so that shadow and flesh may be bound." As he says this, takes a moment, gives you a smile, and he holds out his wrist to you. "I
Very
give
well.
of myself to strengthen you, child of Noctalis. Will you accept my offering in his name?"
Lone will. Taking a deep breath and thank you. Appreciate it. And before she'll like take his wrist and close her eyes and kind of say to herself, Noctalis, for all of your blessings, I give my appreciation. Let me be an extension of your will. I will do all I can in your honor. And she'll take a bite.
And Ari kind of like nods his head as you say your words. And just, there's the most split second moment of just reflexively
Mm-hmm.
recoil from the little bit of pain. But ultimately, he just kind of leans into it far more than Brevin did, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, Ari's probably used to it.
And he lets you go as long as you go.
I mean, Lonan is she's got a bit of self-control. This is mostly just to with all of the travel and the absolute blood loss she experienced during that last fight. Um just trying to like strengthen herself. And so she has pretty good self-control, so she won't take too much.
Yeah, I'd say you weren't in a depleted state that it was you need to roll to see whether you go too far. It's a matter of you're in a pretty good state. I won't make you roll for that.
Yeah, it's not like last time where.
Yeah. As you conclude this, Ari just takes out some bandages and wraps up his wrist quick.
She'll give him. I do have. Well, she'll cast Cure Wounds on him to help
Okay.
out.
I suppose I should note uh, what you get off of the surface thoughts of Ari as you're doing this.
Sure, I'll roll healing for him while you do that.
It's pretty peaceful. He seems to be in just a basic, tranquil, empty state. You could tell that this is not something that he fears or recoils from in any way. He's very dedicated to Noctalis and willing to do anything that not necessarily like raises his station with the God of Shadow, but more so that he thinks would be in his service. And he definitely has there's this deep seated connection and reverence for the entire vampire race as Noctalis' children. Which isn't always accepted by everybody as being that is really the case, but it's acknowledged. It's just not a matter of, it's always like, people are okay with it.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
And you definitely did not do 8 hit points worth of damage to him. He's okay.
No.
But he directs you
Thank-
to head back.
She'll, bow his head. Thank you again. I appreciate it.
All in his service. Thank you for the heal. It's not necessary, but appreciate it.
I feel better about it if I do that.
Very well. I have some things to attend to, but will you be staying?
I'll be here till morning.
Very good. Very good.
There's a lot I need to reflect on.
I'll give a polite bow as he leads you out of the room, and then he heads further into the temple, leaving you to head back out into the sanctuary area.
Yeah.
And
We'll go back to her spot.
as you take up your spot, return to your bench, remain through the night, give me a con save.
Do that.
I'm leaning into con saves so far this book, apparently. So,
But really into con saves lately. It's
Yes.
just what I'm into now.
con save kick. All right, 20. This is basically a save to how well can you do staying up all night. You maintain your vigil without issue. Don't even do a head nod at a dirty 20. So, what do you do as you pass these 5 to 6 hours?
She is mostly just silently reflecting on kind of everything that has, happened really since finding Arlo's body in that cave. And just kind of going through just all the near-death experiences she has had to the point of, genuinely that last fight almost like having to reason with the fact that the one thing that she feels she is supposed to do is protect her family and take care of her family, and her goal is to reunite them and bring them back because she's faced so much loss, and kind of trying to reflect is like if she truly is strong enough to do this to save Arlo, and just with everything that's going on, the whole situation with Vibe and Sangloot, meeting him, the dreamer stuff, just and asking for guidance from Noctalis, just to know that she is on the right path and that countering the dreamer is the right thing to do. It's not that she doubts the gods, it's that she wants to know she wants to know if what she thinks their intentions are is the correct path for her. That makes sense.
Okay. You fall deep into this meditative state, thinking about these things, kind of just pushing out the disturbances from outside, the subtle sounds of people coming and going, the occasional giggle of a child or hushed cough or anything else that goes on around you. You're kind of shaken a little bit which is unusual for you with your high perception, that
Mm-hmm.
somebody could sneak up on you.
Mm-hmm.
But feeling safe in this location, in this place, you kind of put yourself a little bit at ease and look up to see Ari standing at your side with a hand on your shoulder. Just wasn't sure if you were asleep or not, but quickly finding out that no, you aren't. As he gives you, just has a calm expression
Mm-hmm.
on his face, but it's almost a grave expression. It's got a subtle, distressing look to it as he says, "It is done. The High Priest has seen to your request. Staff is destroyed, as you asked. What never should have been is now unmade. For this, the priest offers his gratitude for bringing this object to be destroyed."
Good. I'll let my friends know when they get here. Good.
He raises a hand and just traces some sort of shape across the air above your forehead. It is first light. Your vigil is complete. I'll go with Noctalus's blessing. May your burdens be made lighter in his embrace.
Thank you.
Checking in with the other two. Was there an arrangement to meet back up, or where were we meeting back up? What were we doing?
We just go back to the house.
I think that was the agreement.
You two went back to the house. I just didn't know if there was any reuniting in the morning or not. As Lonan's taking her level of exhaustion. Surprisingly, is not very exhausting. You do not take a level of exhaustion.
I mean, Zedri would be up pretty early for his prayers. He'd go ahead and set up his like ring of candles, as he had done that previously in the house. But other than that, he'll head downstairs to wait for Kiesel, but won't wake him up at all.
Would Zedri... Where on Zedri's itinerary would be securing passage to Akaria?
He's gonna wait for Lonan for that one.
Okay.
Yeah. But he is Cybil specifically with Kiesel?
Good question.
Dougie.
Okay. I guess. Well, Zedri's not gonna try
He
to
took
wake
his
up.
little guy in a bottle, so he gets the dog.
Zedri's not gonna wake up Kiesel, but he is going to go ahead and let Cybil out. And he'll go ahead and take, he'll do the candles and prayer. He'll take out Cybil for a walk. And he'll probably get near the docks, just to kind of scout in the morning, familiarize himself with the place a little bit. But he won't ask the harbor master for any specific ships until Lonan's in attendance.
Okay. Lonan, as you conclude your vigil, what do you do?
Probably like once it's kind of finished up, and knowing that the group had agreed to meet at the temple because of the hand thing in the staff, she'll at least go out and like try to find like see if you know you can buy like whatever this historical era's equivalent of like a breakfast burrito is.
A breakfast spud with bacon in it.
But just like something to a little hearty to eat while she kind of waits and um was kind of enjoying the like hustle and bustle of the morning.
You prefer sweet or savory?
Should we go in savory?
Okay. You're able to find some. Probably the closest equivalent would basically be a piece of flatbread with
Oh, yeah.
an assortment of meats and peppers. The meat is quite light. There's not a lot to it.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you want the fish taco equivalent version, because we are on an island.
Yeah.
So not a whole lot of livestock on this island. They can grow
Yeah.
crops because they can do that druid thing, that other kind of druid thing
Yeah.
on a regular basis. But animals, it's a little bit more. Yeah, I don't know if there is
Definitely
a spell for
an
that, but that'd be a little
import.
bit gross. So there's some
Definitely an
ethics issues there.
import.
Yes. And so it definitely carries a lot more cost and it's a little bit harder to come by. But there is meat in it. It's
Yeah.
anybody's guess what it is. Relatively decent.
And she'll kind of stay in the area, kind of like watching the hustle and bustle, and still kind of in a very like reflective mood, but
Okay.
just kind of trying to come back into like out of her like religious reflectiveness and kind of back into the rest of the world, if that makes sense.
Okay.
As she waits for the boys.
Kiesel better not be sleeping in.
No. Dude, like, come on. I would be up and at 'em. I'd be up and at 'em
Okay.
with the doggy.
Fair. Whether you want to be up or at 'em or not, a dog will ensure you are. Okay. Zedri, your cursory visit to the docks. There's not a lot of coming and going at the moment with Okaria, but yeah, there's a couple different ships that you could find over the next couple days. They're sure they can find you something.
Cool. Yep. Then he'll head on back, meet up with Kiesel so that we can make our way out there.
Okay. As you return to the house, you were up fairly early. Neva was just getting started prepping breakfast stuff when you were up, but Kiesel's downstairs just about the perfect time. It's almost like she knows his timetable already, which works well for Kiesel going forward. As he comes down to nice breakfast put together, Zedri, you enter the house around that time. Find there's a nice assortment of food for breakfast. Zedri arriving as Kiesel's got a nice smorgasbord set out in front of him of all the different things that are at his disposal because no one else is there to eat at the moment when he gets there. But unfortunately for Zedri, some grilled fish. But flatbread, some spiced rice, slices of some tropical fruits. Looks like roughly some mango, papaya, starfruit. And a pitcher of citrus water and a pitcher of dark black coffee. Definitely reined in from yesterday morning's buffet setup for breakfast. This is keeping within the budget today.
You know, if you ignore the fact that this coffee tastes like it's from yesterday, it tastes quite nice.
I think I'm probably just gonna stick to the citrus water. And Cedric will pour himself a glass, but he's gonna throw it back. He's like grabbing food and just kind of like eating. It's a little bit more barbaric than normal, but he'll pause, see Kisa there, and say, "We have to get back to the temple. I think the priest is supposed to be getting back."
Yeah, we having a ceremony for the... Oh, good heavens, for the staff destroyed?
We're supposed to, yeah.
I wouldn't want to miss that.
I figured Lonin's probably also still over there, so maybe we could take a little bit of this over to her.
Yeah. We could. Do you have arms? You have multiple arms? This is a lot of stuff.
Just to Kiesel.
Kiesel will go to the table and he'll grab one end of the tablecloth, the other end. Should we bring it to her like this?
No.
Or is... Okay, this is too barbaric. I just wanted to get your permission before we absolutely barbarize this table.
No, it's perfectly fine. Zidri will take like a very quaintly filled plate and set it aside and then gesture out to the rest of it. I think the rest is probably yours.
No, I saved you some. Please, have some.
Okay. And Zidri will eat not nearly as much as Kiesel.
Well, you're overestimating how much Kiesel ate. You know, I enjoyed being back home with home-cooked meals, but with fish, we just got off a fucking boat.
I mean, it's not going to go to me. Do you think Lonin's fond of it? Because in that case, I'm going to need you to go ahead and carry the bindle.
Oh, yes, I'm sure they don't have fish in the Underdark. Wherever she's from, I'm sure she would enjoy such an exotic delicacy. And I'll grab a plate and I'll put... What kind of fish are we talking? Is this like whole fish, like Latvian fish? Is this like fish, fried fish or shredded fish or grilled fish? So he'll take the little grilled fish cakes and put them on a plate, and he'll grab like a
As you're
like
trying
a table.
to put this together, Diva comes out and she's got a nice little picnic basket set up. Nice little basket to go to Red Riding Hood to take to Grandma. That's already packed up and ready to go because she knows that Lona's not there.
Oh,
I love her
shit.
so much.
Thank you. This means the world. And I don't have to worry about anybody snatching just a plate from me. I will... Thank you kindly.
I can take care of all that. I'll get that all tidied up.
Much appreciated.
We'd get
Diva.
used to, but yeah.
No trouble at all. I think I overheard you said she's waiting on you. Boys better be going.
Indeed. Thank you. Should we bring the dog? Has the dog gone up for... You just took the dog out, didn't you?
I did. I can go ahead and make sure that she stays here, and Zidri will go ahead and like kneel down in front of her and kind of ruffle her ears a little bit. He's gonna go ahead and cast Speak with Animals, and he's gonna say, "Okay, Cybil, if you can go ahead and stay here, we'll be back pretty soon. Have to go ahead and go to the temple, meet up with Lonin, have a little bit of shopping to do as well, but then we'll be back, and belly rubs for you." And we'll go ahead and like pat her on the side of the face.
You get a mouth hanging open, tongue hanging out, big smile. You almost for a moment think you got a head nod.
Progress. I'm gonna make this dog fully capable of speech.
Yes. Even without Speak with Animals.
She will be better spoken than any of us, actually.
Cybil will kind of just like focus attention, like focusing on you. Definitely over the 2 weeks on the boat, there's been a certain amount of bonding. and kind of have picked up on there's enough of a shared appearance and the closeness between you and Alfred that she's kind of attached herself to you as a surrogate until Alfred comes back.
Okay, I don't want to cry on stream. Damn, that's intense.
That's so
The
sad.
dog doesn't know.
She does know. Zedri explained it to her.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Cedric explained it.
The dog knows.
The dog. Dog knows.
It's got Lonan choked up on the other side of town. No, as she's given this lovely smile and just kind of starts to look back and forth between Zedri and the table.
You know, I already got you. It's fine. And Zedri will go ahead and like produce a piece of flatbread for her.
She takes it and goes and just curls up in front of the hearth. Just putting the paws down on it and just like ripping pieces off.
Well, Kiesel, we should probably go ahead and head out.
Right behind you. With my basket. Lonan's basket. Eva's basket.
Make sure
Lonan's
to
food and Eva's basket.
You have to
I'll be
skip while
expecting
you
that
hold
back.
There's a lot of people talking. I agree. Let's go.
it. That was entrapment, because now Kiesel's forced to skip outside of the house.
Oh, scheisse.
Alright, the two of you head over to the temple, find Lonan kind of just exploring the area around the temple, just kind of checking everything out, checking out the shops from outside, and munching on the last remnants of her breakfast as you both arrive.
There you two are.
Hope we're not too late.
I mean, I didn't expect it, but they kind of went ahead and destroyed the staff without much ceremony.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I was hoping
Yeah.
we didn't miss that. No.
They just destroyed it.
Can we see it?
Oh, you can talk to Ari. Yeah.
Go ahead and take
I'm not
somebody's
high priest.
word that they went ahead and destroyed it. Cool, great.
Ari's yes. And I know, Zedri. He's not gonna go against Octo. You can go ask and go see if you can see if there's anything left of it. but-
I'm honestly fine. You know what? As long as it isn't in a place where Salinas knows it is.
Oh, shit. I'm so tired this morning. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. You know, he can hear you.
I know. He's sent me a message over the course of our trip back. Speaking of, Lennon, he wanted me to remind you to cross-reference with Arlo's notes.
What specifically?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, it was like a bunch of names. Wait one
If you
second.
can write them down for me later.
Already written. Zedra will produce out of the ring of holding that he's reattuned to his small notebook, and he will go ahead and open it to the page and hand it over to Lonan.
Yeah. If you, Silver, you could send me that list later.
Yeah.
Of names. So I can add it to my notes. But she'll look over it. Yeah, I can do that. I was gonna go through some of his notes. Anyway, gonna see if he had any books talking about the Dreamer, Kurzarath. What's in the basket?
For you, food.
Oh,
Delivery.
I should not have eaten already then.
Oh, ooh. I got here within 30 minutes of what was going to be free, so I really made the effort to get out here. Do you think there's some followers of Noctolus who would like fish?
I mean, more than likely, we are on an island. I imagine most people lack fish.
Most people don't have a choice in liking fish, but I agree. Yes. So we can just feed the temple. Oh, this should get me some good fucking graces with Noctolus, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, we can.
Unless Noctolus doesn't like fish.
Just
But
not
nourishing, nourishing the faithful and feeding your people, something like that's in the book, right?
I mean, she'll kind of smile and definitely you kind of see her fangs. Nourishing, yeah. Feeding the faithful.
Good graces, then.
Yes.
We bring a heretical staff and we feed the staff. Let's all play on words. Afterwards, that's
Let's just go
good.
inside.
Good deeds all around. Oh, I'm with you.
Lonan will fall in step with Zedri. And are you still wanting to have the priest look at your he'll tap her palm?
I guess, yeah. I have a few other things that I wanted to do today, and I stopped by the harbour with Cybil this morning. Wanted to go ahead and check on the ships. It's seems few and far between, but we should be able to catch passage in at least the next few days. Maybe we'll get lucky, get something even sooner.
Sooner is better. I mean, I don't know when Salinas and Yoferdir are going to be back through, but hopefully we can get on our journey and get back.
Agreed.
I mean, I have a bit of a longer journey than you do, but
That's true, but honestly, if you want me to, I don't mind taking you out there. I mean, of course, survival master that you are, being led by somebody as incapable as me, but I can probably make my way around.
I think you need to understand your capabilities a bit better. You're a pretty good person to have by anyone's side. Healing's only part of it. Conversation as well.
Oh, yeah. I guess so. We should go inside.
But also, I understand if you want to spend time with your family, naturally.
The closer that I get to it, the more I'm actually kind of dreading it. I'm actually not going to speak with my family probably nearly as much as I have to go ahead and talk to Varelia, so we'll see how that goes.
I would like to make her acquaintance. Sounds like she's a good person to know.
I guess.
I don't like.
If you decide to come by Muna, you're more than welcome, Zedri. Sorry.
Not that it's very helpful to speak in hindsight, but do we have any trinkets or baubles that isn't a destroyed necromancer stuff that we could be giving to Varelia? I feel like we used a good bit of leverage doing good things for the gods.
I have a set of slightly enchanted armor. Chainmail. Who knows, maybe she'll want vampire blood, like the Sydney.
I have some ideas. Varelia's great about baubles and things, but she also likes things other than materials.
The more y'all talk about her, the less I think I understand.
Sure. I mean, I kind of worked by her side for a bit, but I still don't think that I understand everything about her. She's very eclectic, and we'll run with eclectic.
Fair.
So are you two going to go back to the dock after this?
I mean, what are y'all's plan for the rest of the day?
I need to finish up shopping and need to speak to an acquaintance here in town. So, which, won't take super long. I mean, I could just do it by myself. I just wanted to make sure that you two didn't leave without saying goodbye. It hurt my feelings very much.
We wouldn't do that, Kiesel.
I still have my stuff at the house.
We'll probably see what we can find as far as the ship, but we'll make sure we leave ourselves plenty of time to say goodbye.
I admittedly have a little bit of shopping to do today too, but I think I'm going to be holed up at the house for most of the day.
I might take a nap.
You've been up very late. That's for sure.
As we go back in, can we find the high priest or Ari?
Yeah, you find Ari pretty easily. He's actually appears to be getting ready to leave as you come in.
We're just hoping you could point us in the direction of the high priest.
Yes, I could take you to him. Do you need something in particular? Oh, he looks at Zedge. He's like, your hand. Yes. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yes. Come with me. Should be able to find him here in, yeah, this will take a little bit. You back into the area that he went to after you left a little private room. There is, he leads you into it's a larger room, again, pretty minimal decoration, pretty simple room. Appears to be some sort of a meeting room. It's almost set up like a campfire with benches around a campfire type setup. There just isn't the fire in the middle. Just a series of benches set up around the center of this room. And you see this one individual in the center that is talking to several different individuals that are dressed similar to the clerics that you saw doing the ritual the night before. You're actually able to recognize both of the clerics that were handling the ritual. I would say the only one that probably wouldn't clock that would be Kiesel with passive perception. Fine. Okay. But the individual in the center is a catfolk, similar in look to Ari, with kind of tannish fur, wearing a hat that has two big wings going up on each side that kind of, looking at it, it makes a crescent moon shape on top of his head. Everything in black, some deep purplish midnight blue, colors mixed in, but primarily in black coloring. And as they conclude whatever little meeting they're having, sounds like from the bits and pieces you pick up as you walk in, walk up to the door, that they're discussing like the services for the day and who's handling what and assigning tasks and stuff. Pretty simple items. And as all the clerics start filtering out, Ari just like gives a little subtle bow to each one as they walk past. Eventually leaving just this presumably high priest in the middle of the room, who motions for Ari to come in, and Ari in turn motions for all of you to join him. High Priest Race, this is Lonan and her two friends. They're the ones that brought the staff this morning. Oh, that was a nice offering to the gods to remove that item. Thank you for bringing that here.
I've also brought some breakfast pastries and fish and things for the staff here for their very dedicated, diligent work.
Gives a momentary quizzical look.
Ooh, wrong audience, wrong guy. Oh no!
That's very generous of you. And he goes and just immediately passes it off the other hand and gives it to Ari. Make sure that gets to people in need. Is there something else that you need? I'm pleased to make your acquaintance and meet the individuals who brought that staff to its end.
Well, the staff may be to its end, but definitely have a mark from it, and Zedri will put up his hand.
Gives a little bit of a rough look on his face. That's quite the scar. Yes, suppose I can do something with that. Come over here, and he kind of motions over. In one of the corners, there's a little set of shelves. And goes and just like picking away at the shelves, looking for things. And surprisingly, kind of catches you off guard, Zedri, that he pulls out a set of needles, very similar to your set of needles, as well as some different balms and herbs. And he starts putting these things together, not the needles, but the balms and the herbs, and start mixing together something with some mortar and pestle, and works it into a pretty good semi-fluid paste, kind of almost like you make slime in science class.
Heck yeah.
He goes and he takes, it's like, promise this isn't going to cause any permanent damage or anything, but it may be a little bit of a sizzle when it touches your skin. It should not hurt.
Okay.
He goes and starts to like slowly pour this goo out of this little cup that he has it in, and just like starts to like slowly spread it out, like using the device to scrape the last bits of it out onto your skin, and then just starts to massage it over your hand all over the affected area, making a pretty good layer. It's about a half-inch thick across the whole area, and then he proceeds to go clean his hands in a basin and come back with these needles and starts going and placing them very particular in where he puts them. Puts them in 6 different needles, are all stuck into your hand. Strangely enough, when that little sizzle happened, when the stuff was spread across, it also numbed everything, that it was some sort of anesthetic. And so when these needles go in, there's just like a little bit of pressure but no pain as he gets everything set up. And then with the free hands, that now these needles are just like sticking straight up out of this goo, out of your hand, goes and flips through a book, flips to a couple pages, and then just starts doing some chanting. And it's a pretty short process, maybe 3 minutes, about the length of a song, as he goes and does these chants over these needles. And you start to see, as the chanting is going on, he's motioning his hands over top of the needles, and you start to see just like the little tendrils of aether coming out of his hands into the needles. And then for a moment there's nothing, and then you start to see tendrils coming back out that are less the light blue color that's typically associated with the aether, and more of an inky black that's being pulled out. It's almost like in the old school science element of the humors, that it's like pulling out the bile out of your body, pulling out the black humors. And after, that 3 minutes is up, he says, okay, well, just wait a moment. And it's almost like he's counting. Not that you've really ever ran into too many like spellcraft type things that would have like, you had to let it rest for 30 seconds. It's just like, that's his process. And eventually he's like, all right, well, if this worked, it worked. So he goes and removes the needles, slowly like rolls back this layer of this slimy goo, taking it, putting it into the wash basin, and your skin no longer bears the mark of the skull of the top of that staff, but your skin is very, very raw. Almost like a little bit of the superficial level or layer of the dermis has just been completely removed. And he just motions for Ari, and Ari starts going and wrapping up your hand, putting a bandage over it. You should probably let that breathe. Would you go to sleep at night? Be good for the healing. If you have any ointments, tinctures that help with healing, that'll probably help. I would not use magical means to accelerate it. If you do that, it'll likely revert back to the shape it was in before. When it heals, that the memory of your cells will probably be the not so great memory.
Okay. No magic to go ahead and heal it. Old school. I'm okay with that. I appreciate the assistance as well. I would shake your hand, but it feels a little raw right now, so he'll put out his other hand.
He goes and shakes for the other one. Again, thank you very much for your whatever trouble you went to obtain that piece of heresy and bring it to its end.
Of course.
Certain the Lord of Shadows will bless you all for your sacrifice and choices. Especially you, daughter of Nocturnus.
Lona will just gonna bow her head. I appreciate that, sir.
If there's anything you need while you're... I suppose I didn't get much information about you. Are you residents? Are you visitors?
Residents? I'll look over towards Lonan.
Visitor.
Well, if there's anything that you ever need, that the Temple of Nocturnus can be of assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will see to it that we do what we can to aid you.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And Jedri's just gonna hold his hand and kind of duck out.
I give like another bow of her head to the high priest before following.
Kiesel follows.
Always.
Or Kiesel looking to
silent.
cash in a favor already.
Golly, let me tell you what, you do one good thing for a god, I'm about to start asking for some wishes, man. Like, one point on the board for Noctalis, I'm ready for him to come down and shake my hand.
Alright. Exiting back out the temple, Ari gives you a wave as he's handing out the food from the basket to some children that have gathered outside. You would know from your familiarity with Six Bells that there are refugee centers in every district that the different churches support. So there's not a whole lot of people that are completely destitute in town because there's services and assistance available. But surviving and thriving are two very different things. So the kids are more than happy to come find some extra food as they sit by the temple. Cedric, give me a perception check, because you guys haven't rolled anything and we need to roll something. Oh wait, no, I guess we did the con save to try and stay awake.
Yeah.
Zedri hasn't rolled anything, so roll something.
Happily take a 15.
Okay. With a 15, Zedri, you notice one kid who turns his nose up at the fish.
As he should.
Most important roll of the night, right there.
All
right,
make sure
where are we headed?
Basket.
Get the basket. Agreed.
Yeah.
We'll loop around.
That's some bad juju. Actually, they can keep the basket. I'll just buy a new one.
Okay.
Listen, do you face more negative piety by taking the basket back or by not returning the Tupperware to the person who lent it out to you in the first place?
Oh, fuck. Don't do this to me.
She's also our housekeeper, so y'all don't want to get on her bad side. Especially
she's had that basket for 6 years. It's got the pasta spaghetti stains on the inside. She knows. No, I leave. I'm too awkward. I'm more afraid of getting in bad graces with the fucking. I gave him the basket and that was it. Is the basket just sitting there, or are they actively handing out the basket?
No, Ari is still actively handing out food from it.
We can come back later for it.
Yeah, we can.
Where to, folks?
Okay, so now that our morning has officially kicked into high gear, I need to speak to Honoria and let him know on some things that we have been. I need to ask him for some favors. So,
Okay.
That's the lady that runs
the perfectly legal, above-board, legit gambling. Yes, Zedri, what was that face that you just made?
Listen,
Like you stubbed your toe.
just want to be clear. The only reason why that casino is perfectly legal is because the magistrate was killed, and there is now a power vacuum as a result of it.
Oh, so the only reason there's a lake here is because a hurricane came and flooded the area. What's that have to do with me going to Honoria?
Six Bells was founded. What?
I think that's probably a saying from back home for him.
Okay. Sure, if you need to talk to Honoria. I fear that, I might be a little bit more facially vocal with my expressions if I were to attend with you to that meeting.
Oh, you don't have to go. This is like more of a me thing. I need some stuff taken care of for my personal stuff. If you want to be back at the house, that's fine. If you want to get anything from there that you would want, let me know. Documents, fake identification. I'm sure she's got plenty.
I was actually gonna say something. I don't think that I'll be able to attend, but if you make any dealings with her, just give some consideration to what you're offering up, Kiesel.
I'm not gonna sell my soul or anything. I mean, she's a big fucking lady, but she's not like tattooed behind my ear big.
Well,
Oh, crime! You're asking me to avoid doing crime.
nope. I'm just saying, the more you run with her, the more she could implicate you with things.
That is not lost on me. I specifically remember breaking into a jail and almost getting killed with Voltavius. What an adventure that was. No, I do know there's some bad things that could go down, unfortunately, as much as we are doing things above the board. Sometimes you have to, kind of lift up the rock and look at the bugs. Maybe there's a key or something under there, but I don't think it would hurt to reach out to the underbelly that we do have a very good connection with, or at least a very good relationship with. Some of us have a very good relationship with. I think going to Honoria wouldn't be the worst of ideas, especially if we're talking of dealing with black market knowledge and stuff like that. If there's anybody who's going to get a banned magic book of rebuilding a body from a dream world or the afterlife, she would be my first guess. But I've probably dug myself into a hole because I've been talking too much. If you need anything, I am going to also finish up shopping. I just found 600 gold lying around in my pouch I overlooked. So, yeah. Fruits, vegetables, vitamins C. We don't want to get scurvy on this trip back to Okaria.
I plan on going to maybe check out some of the artisans out in the Flame District. See if I could go ahead and get a Mia.
I'll go ahead and go with you, Zedri. And then probably once we head back to the house, I'm gonna take a nap.
Sounds good.
All right.
3, 2, 1, team!
Zedri and Loden are going together to Flame District. Kiesel is going to Fool's Gathering. Okay. Quick question as to, for clarification as to what you found out when you went to the docks, is that you weren't you didn't look into specific boats, but that there were ones coming and going that it was expected you'd be able to find passage here over the next couple of days. But there were ones that were leaving today, leaving tomorrow. It's really up to you. It just...
Yeah. As we're...
The future is harder to predict because you don't know when the ships are going to come in that potentially will go out. But the ones that are already here won't be here long.
Zidri will tell Loden that on the walk. Just be like, hey, I know I was talking about the ships earlier. There was one that leaves tomorrow, but I don't know if that would be too soon.
I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't seen my family in a while. I'd rather get on the road home, even if it's not going to be for too long that we're there. Sooner rather than later. And tomorrow would actually be, great. Gives me some time to rest before we head out. And you to do whatever you need to do, so maybe after shopping we drop by there and see if we can strike up an agreement.
Agreed. Yeah. The Flame District's actually right next to the Wave District, so that should work out great. I pulled up the map to confirm. It is.
Nice.
Flame District would be opposite side of town from your home. And honestly, pretty darn close to completely the opposite side of town from where you're at right now, in the Shadow District. Pass through the Wave District, go to the Flame District.
True.
Alright. Is there anything additional to what you're attempting to do, Zedri, than what you've already said? Okay.
Okay, really nice platinum vanity mirror.
Hell yeah.
You're able to obtain what you're looking for. It doesn't take too much tracking down from shop to shop. You go into one, they don't have it, but they tell you exactly where to go to find it, because since they don't carry it, it's not competition, so they don't care about passing it along. Helpful people. So your visit to the Flame District is profitable. Not profitable, but successful. Successful, that's the word. Kiesel, your trip is not successful, as you are told Honoria is not available for a meeting today. She'll contact you when she's available.
Do I get to like the front door, or do I how far do I get?
So, yeah, you get into the casino, but you're not allowed back into the back area where the offices are, back behind the vault and everything. You actually meet a familiar face or semi-familiar face of one of the giant bouncers that worked the front of the casino when you were there before. She's not taking meetings today. She'll let you know when she's ready to. Don't call us, we'll call you.
Is there a time frame I could be expecting her to reach out? You know, I've just been mobile lately. I'd hate for her to miss it. This is urgent. If there's a premium or some sort of subscription that I missed, surely I could be making up for it as well.
The giant kind of gives you holds his hand out kind of casually.
10 gold.
She'll let you know.
Don't spend it on one place, and I walk out.
Ten on black.
Always bet on red. Oh fuck! This fucks me up. This really fucks me up. And it's paid 10 gold to get told to come back there. Bribe. Fail.
I gotta look that guy's name up because I can't remember what his name is. Burian. Burian. Having been shut down in this department, you still have the opportunity to go complete your shopping while you're out and about. good question, Chupa Chup. Let's that's a 50-50 shot. Somebody, Case will roll me a d20. Or
Fuck off!
all right. Yes,
Gagged.
he did win. Admittedly, betting black versus betting red is like the lowest paying bet you can have. So he won 10 gold. But
Dude, that's better than his fucking yearly salary, I bet. Golly.
are you doubting she pays her employees well?
Who fucking knows? uh, I'm actually gonna pivot. Can I go to a library, specifically one that might be more of the wizardry inclination?
Okay. For give me an investigation check. See how well you're tracking down this type of an establishment is.
Ah!
No
Damn,
way,
back
that's
to back.
awesome.
Damn.
Not a doubt. Yes way.
You've inherited yet that 600 gold you found also brought Salinas' luck from last session.
Holy, yeah, I didn't know this was freaking halfling gold. Golly.
All right, with a 24, you do some schmoozing, talking to individuals, putting on as much charm as you can. Use that charisma, and able to track down the best suggestions by everybody. It's to the best information you're going to find in town is at the Gotlark Library in the Root District, which happens to be actually in the same district as where your house is. The shutdown part of it, though, unfortunately, is when you get there, they aren't open today.
When will they be open?
Tomorrow.
Gulp. Is there somebody there to turn me down, or is it just a sign that says we're closed?
Yeah, it's just a sign out front that says closed, be back tomorrow.
Well, then I will find somewhere to finish my shopping for the rest of the party. Then I guess I'll just go home and I'll stomp on my way. I'll stomp my way back home. Which, after that, leaves me with 646 gold.
The other two, as you finish in the Flame District, where do you go?
The docks.
Okay.
Well, was the Wave District on the way to the Flame District, though? Because we were in the Shadow District, right?
Yeah, I mean, depends on how you want to go about it. You could have go all the way to the outside towards the docks, or you could cut across the interior. Not through the temple, but to cut across the interior of the Wave District, so you wouldn't have to go through the docks. But it's entirely up to you.
Lonan would trust whichever way Zedri wanted to go.
We can double back to the docks. Might take a little bit more time, especially if we need to figure out what position we will be in on a ship. But find the harbor master.
So there is a ship leaving like within the next couple hours that could squeeze you on. It wouldn't be nice accommodations. Or there's another one leaving first thing in the morning. Other than that, there isn't anything on the docket specifically leaving, but there should be something else leaving in the next couple days.
Well then, I guess the trip is made. I'll look over to Lonan.
Sounds like it.
How much will passage cost?
I'll look it up.
Okay. We'll pay it.
It's within the average range of what you expect it to be.
Perfect. You know what? Let's just buy a ship, actually. But yeah, after that, Zedru will be wrapped up, and we'll turn to Lonan and just say, "I'm ready to head back home. But did you need to do anything else here in Six Bells, or if you had ideas of things, maybe I could try to point you in the right direction?"
She'll shake her head. I'm good right now. I might, when we come back through after our trip, look at getting some more magic arrows, but
Alrighty
that's
then.
not an immediate.
Yeah, I guess we'll head back home.
Yeah, the one leaving today was 50 gold apiece. The one leaving tomorrow is 45 gold, but better accommodations. So cheaper and a nicer trip. All right. Eventually, Keistel's able to complete his shopping. You have a ship locked down and have completed your shopping on the other two, and you ultimately all end up by late afternoon back at the house for what seems to be the last night of the three of you. Is there anything you'd like to do on this last night, Zedri?
Yes. First of all, Zedri, before Lonan took her nap, would have asked if he could go ahead and grab something from Alfred's room.
Oh, obviously, yeah.
He will go ahead and have Cybil along, cast Speak with Animals to say, "Hey, if I grab something, you could go ahead and match the scent to Alfred, right?" Then, yeah, he will very carefully go through Alfred's drawers and pull out two things.
The drawers of his cabinet, not his actual drawers, right?
Yes, yeah, he didn't leave his drawers there. But what he did leave, straight from the man himself, is an ornamental sash that was belonged to him during his time in Eagle Fall, as well as a small shaped metal piece that would serve as a horn cuff. So he will grab both of those very gingerly, kind of folded with the cuff on top. Thank Lonan before she takes her nap and just head into his room and close the door with Cybil.
Okay.
When Kiesel gets back, and later into the evening, Zedri will go ahead and step out into the kind of living space and try to get everybody together. Just say, "I needed everybody's assistance with something that I planned on doing tonight. Moral support, if you will."
Yeah, no, whatever you need.
Perfect. And Cybil's just like at his side, like the two of them are gonna lead back up to the room, and stepping into Zedri's room, on top of his chest of drawers, he has dishes that have stacked candles on them, all lit. And in the center, he has the platinum vanity mirror at the base of it with the folded sash and cuff. He'll gesture over to it and say, I am going to try to look in on how Alfred's doing.
Zedri, we're not on a boat anymore. We have servants to take care of these dishes.
No, it's not like that. I have to set up a certain, I guess, ritual for it all, but there's a spell that I've been researching into, and it should let me go ahead and locate him. And I'm not exactly sure how things work, because amongst the Pantheon, there's so much discussion of the soul and the body, and if, you know, if Alfred's body was hijacked, then I don't know if I should focus on Brevin or if I should focus on Alfred, so I figured I'd just try both.
Is this a spell that we can cast twice in a short repetition?
I have just enough for it.
Then it's worth a shot as any.
Great. And I mean, either one will give us answers, hopefully.
I am willing to admit that I would have troubles processing everything, but if you're both there, then if I could name out the things that I'm seeing, maybe you all could make better sense of it than I could. Yeah. Zidrul...
Kiesel flips open his book and gets his pencil ready.
Get out that last cigarette, my guy. Yeah, Zedri is going to go ahead and head over to the sash, put his hand on top of it. It's blue, which is his favorite color, and go ahead and cast Scrying and try to detect Alfred.
Quick question before you cast the spell.
Mm-hmm.
How late did you wait?
How late did I wait?
Yeah, how late into the evening are we?
It's probably
Past dinner?
Yeah, past dinner, for sure.
Okay. I will say that Neva probably finished up her things and left for the night.
Oh yeah, get girl out of here. That's
Yeah.
Ma'am.
Okay. As you get all of your things, finalize their placement and your things of what you're doing with all of your different ritual items you've set up here, as well as your tethers to Alfred. You begin to go through all the processes to cast this spell in an attempt to scry on Alfred. And just because I think we changed something along the lines from what you messaged me earlier. We're using the mirror as the focus.
Yes.
Okay. Just so I don't reference the other item you had mentioned you were going to get originally.
Yeah.
As you complete all of the steps to cast the spell with all your different pieces of components, the mirror set out in the center with these items of Alfred's starts to glow faintly as sense that the spell just like begins to take hold. The surface of the mirror starts to ripple a little bit. Very unnatural and probably a little bit unnerving, even with all of your association with magic and stuff. Kiesel's still not a caster. It's still going to look really weird that a mirror starts coming alive and waving around. Not that much you'd be scared, obviously. We're comfortable enough with that, but yes, just the face of the mirror just starts to ripple across its surface. Some shadows. You start to get like a waving in the place where you would look to see the reflection, as shadows shifting like waves of ink beneath the glass of the mirror. But then suddenly there's a flare as everything ripples increasingly fast. A light's emitted from this mirror before it just, in a blinding flash, everything stops and goes back to normal. Roll me an Arcana, you two magical folks. If you have... Okay, anybody who has proficiency in Arcana can roll me an Arcana. No proficiency in Arcana? Does anybody have proficiency in religion?
I do
Kiesel. Kiesel does.
I do.
Pop off, King.
The godless guy has proficiency in religion. It never ceases to amaze me.
You know,
Do my
sometimes
homework.
it takes heavy research to know that you just do not want any of that.
Roll me a religion check there, Kiesel. Another 20? No, I jinxed it.
Does
Sorry, it would have
anybody
been
have
an
a
11.
reroll? Now's the time that we request them.
I know this would the time to get a reroll.
Please. See if anyone.
Cedric, you have an inspiration point too.
Oh, yeah, I guess I do.
Oh,
But
no.
Conrad came in clutch.
Hey! Thank you.
Roll her again. Oh my god! 3 out of 4.
Biblically, canonically accurate Kiesel.
Okay, so Kiesel with the 24. It's almost strange to you that the other two are silent on this, that they don't say anything, like they're just kind of like sitting there in silence as this doesn't go through, doesn't do what Zedri intended it to do. And you're like, wait, doesn't the entity you're trying to scry on have to be on the same plane of existence?
Zedri, who did you just try to take a look at?
Alfred.
He's not here. He's not on this material plane. That's why it failed.
I know, but if the host is alive, but possessed, then their soul has been displaced. So without the presence of the original creature, then it wouldn't work. But it's okay because I can go ahead and detect Brevin.
I mean, the whole point was to try to see if it would hang on Alfred or Brevin in the scrying, so. Right?
Yeah, but he's gonna be a little bit harder. I mean, he knew what Alfred felt, but I don't know if he just had access to those memories or if they kind of combined with his own. He's kind of a stranger in ways.
Well, I don't know if I can help, but I did drink his blood, meaning I've technically been the closest to him. I literally ended up... It was Alfred's blood, but it was while Brevin was there, so...
Ooh,
And I kind of read his mind a little bit.
how does blood work? Whenever you drink blood, does it become transfused with your own?
I mean, how does that work actually? And would Lonan know?
Give me a nature and arcana check, I suppose.
I'll do nature.
Yeah, the ranger's gonna do nature. 26. Rough understanding is that there's a fleeting there is a common belief, especially within worshippers of Noctalis and vampires. This is half of the point behind the blood drinking, is that while it has not been scientifically proven, nobody really cares to prove it. It's just a matter of, this is the belief. It is true, whether you prove it to me or not, that magic flows through the blood. So that there is magic in blood. It's heresy, but there are blood casters that use blood magic. But vampires in general, they absorb a little bit of the person's soul, just a very, very small portion of it for that at that moment. And so that's why you can get those surface thoughts. You know where they were at that time and know how they were feeling and thinking in the moment. But that once that connection is severed, then you can still have a sense of that spidey sense of, I can track this person, I have this connection with this person, because it has not fully processed through your system and broken down. But that eventually it does go away. You know that it goes away. So at this point in time, would you have any semblance of Brevin's soul within your body? No. But for a moment, you had a connection with him.
Yes, that's what I'm more thinking. That was what I'm more focusing on, is she did feel his genuine emotions, even if it was very brief. And if she could kind of try to, I don't know, because she didn't get if I remember correctly, she didn't get a lot from him. Mostly just him being like, I hope nobody's catching me. Worded very specifically by Dustin, so that even I didn't figure it out in that moment. But I can try to convey what little of his emotions in that moment I got. I don't know how I'm supposed to describe this. This is confusion. This desire for safety. I guess in hindsight, something older than us. And this very strong sense of self-preservation, wanting to keep himself safe above all else.
That's what he told me too. Okay. Sidra will go ahead and take Alfred's belongings and kind of set them off to the side. But he'll pick up the horn cuff and he'll kind of hold it. And he's going to go ahead and cast Scrying again on Brevin.
Ooh.
With grim determination, you attempt the ritual again with a new target. As you do so and complete the casting of the spell, the mirror this time fogs, swirls, for a brief moment seems to materialize an image, an outline, shadow. Squinting, seeing what your eyes want to see, it looks like Alfred's outline, like you're seeing him, but just a being of black shadow. Little more than a presence. as the caster, you feel the weight of another soul somewhere close that just, as soon as it appeared, it's like an unseen hand yanks it back. Vision goes from the shadowy outline to just dissipating back into the fog before the fog swirls and disappears in the mirror. As the fog clears, mirror cracks, just a tiny little hairline crack at the edge. You feel the power collapse from the spell, the image lost. Nothing to see here. And unfortunately, because none of you have proficiency in Arcana, there is no roll to be made here to try and understand what just happened. You guys play with the Ouija board without the Arcana expert. Sometimes things don't go well. No, you just don't know what you're doing, so it's easier to fall into the, this is scary. It's more fun with the Ouija board.
No? Is it...
No, go ahead.
Oh, Zedri's just gonna look at the both of them and say, it didn't work, but, from my notes, he's gonna go ahead and kind of, take his notebook and just pages fall out of it, and he's gonna start, as my camera refocuses, he's gonna go ahead and start, like, leafing through the pages, probably like 5 front and back written with information on them. I think that I should be able to go ahead and attempt it again. It's just gonna go ahead and take some time, and I have to think about another item or object that's tied to Brevin. But that one feels like it just didn't take, but it's not because he's not on the same plane of existence as us, right?
Do you think you were caught in something kicked you out? Like a bad patron at a bar?
A little bit. It felt like it was taken away, but I don't know if that was the magic or if that was an actual creature. I mean, Brevin left with all of them. Maybe one of them can prevent divination magic from taking.
Where were we that fateful night with the crazy lady and the party where Alfred, you know, had that thing stuck in him?
At Katisha's house.
Lady Katisha, what city was she in?
Ergod?
What are the odds that... No, I don't know, this might be stupid actually. But what are the odds that either Salinas or Alfred would have had in their possession and then left here part of the vase that was stuck inside of Alfred? Unless we took it out right then and there, nobody kept it. I'm not saying we should raid Salinas' room, but what are the chances that he kept it?
No, I had the broken pieces from the Eye of Sephora, the ones that were left over. But that's not Brevin. I mean, not anymore, so I don't know that it would work. It's...
Yeah, but he was trapped in it. That would have had to stink like him. His overwhelming stench and whatever he was soulfully bound to would definitely be considered Brevin's. Other than that, we're looking for possessions of a man who hasn't lived in like 2,000 years.
Well, the other thing is I felt really bad about the fact that the Eye of Sephora exploded into Alfred's side, and so I gave him the necklace with the broken shards so that if we removed it, he would be able to go ahead and inlay the pieces again. He has the vessel that Brevin was in.
Is there any jewelry or anything that he gave you that you have on yourself?
I only gave him jewelry.
Ooh, how one-sided. What a dick.
I don't
Do you-
know.
Do you think your friend back home, Brillia, might be of some help?
Yeah. And I guess, as much as I didn't want to leverage material things, Sidru will go over to his bed and pull out his bag of holding, and he will go ahead and produce a bottle that has small gem shards inside of it. It was bad enough that I took the staff, but Vault and I worked together to go ahead and get these as well. And he'll go ahead and shake the bottle, and they are the gem shards from the necrotic stone that Feral Drews was casting with.
Loden just has a blank look on her face.
It's on par, and probably should have gone to the Temple of Noctalis, but this one is the material leverage that I have with Varelia. I was gonna.
Fair. I won't judge.
And I'll also be honest with you that I wasn't going to ask for her to scry on Brevin with it. I was going to ask her to watch over my family. So unless we can come up with something else, I'm not going to give up the opportunity to possibly promise my family safety. And I hope that you understand.
No, you should make sure they're safe. That's not Loden's gonna look up at the bottle on top of Zedru's dresser that they got from the chest. What are the odds she might find that interesting?
There's somebody living in there.
Yeah.
And I politely called dibs on it before I give it to a responsible adult.
Loden will put her hands up. Never mind. Forget I said anything. There's also the ring. We don't know what it does.
Which is also
The ring of...
Kiesel's possession.
Oh yeah,
The
sorry.
ring of... Who knows what's it?
Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't have sold all of those items. Maybe one of them would have been useful.
They would.
I mean, I'm not much for rings. If you want to present this to her, then I wouldn't blink over it as other items.
Are you sure, Kiesel?
Yeah, it's a fucking ring. If I knew what it did, maybe I'd be more, wanting to keep a hold of it. But if you need it for, Varelia, if it gets us one step closer and it gives us more leverage, and build a body, find the soul, find Alfred, kill Brevin once we rip him out, then by all means.
Then could I ask for something else of you? A magic ring is great and all, and we don't know what it does, but it's probably old magic. I still don't know that that's exactly going to be enough. If it was something a little bit more sentimental, though, that was still in ring form.
Is it the grass?
It's your call, and I'm no silliness. I'm not gonna steal it from you. So
Ouch. I don't know if that's something I can parlay with. On the basis that it's not mine. If I had to give you the best of guess, I think it's my eldest sister's.
that's the kind of stuff that I feel like Varelli would be interested in. And I don't think we have anything on par with that. Something that you struggle to part with, or even refuse to.
The monkey paw curls.
I mentioned before that she was a little bit eclectic, but admittedly, I just don't think I ever found the rhyme or reason as to the payments that she asked for the services that she offered. I really wish we were also all together. Maybe Silliness or Yofridia could have put something in the pot.
Mona she'll kind of hesitate, but she'll reach down and unstrap the dagger from her boot before pulling it out of the sheath. And it's not the best made. This was made by my brother. That was the first thing he ever crafted as a blacksmith. But I kept it. You're talking sentimental.
I say we try it. I mean, the worst you could say is no.
I'm the one going with you, so no. If there's a chance it'll keep your family safe or help us find Alfred. So kind of just clear her throat.
Oh, now I'm starting to feel bad that I don't have anything to offer.
No, it wasn't supposed to be like that. Honestly, your attachment to that ring is a benchmark for what we should be looking into giving. If it's big favors that we want, it's big payments that we have to offer.
I can't imagine we just lie to her and tell her that this thing is worth a lot to us. Oh, we would hate to see it go. She's not a goblin or a kobold or something.
No, but she's great at reading people.
Oh, I bet she's great at hearing things too.
And if I'm the one, if Zedria and I are the ones that are going, for her to know what it's worth, it would have to be something that we have.
Well, that puts me off the hook then for this one. What if it was me going to see Varelia? I would part with this. I might even be parting with it sooner, but I think for what I need to do here at least, I think it would be good to at least... I think this might help me get back to where I need to be, you know?
Get it back to your sister.
I'll have it be the way back. I don't know. I don't even know what this thing is, really. It's a ring made of grass.
Well, I will find out what your other ring does, if you want.
Sure. I mean, if she's, interested in it, by all means, and I'll toss it to Zedri.
Such a catch it. Though, if I struggled so much with casting this spell that you were the one who had to come in and clarify things for me, I might need to go ahead and do a little bit of reading on the boat trip that we're taking tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I was at a really good bookstore today, and it was fucking closed, but they said we'd be open tomorrow. I'm sure you could get some assigned readings, and if you are in Okaria and you do find yourselves in a library or some sort of magical store, I would maybe suggest the 13 Unnamed Gods by Unknown. I don't know. Selena's told me if I could find that book, it would be a good help into figuring out what exactly we're dealing with. I will still stop by tomorrow. It's funny, the 3 things I set out to do, the only thing I managed to do was spend my fucking money. Honoria is not taking business meetings right now. I bribed a guard, and then on my way out, I saw him bet and then win on it, and then I went to go to his fucking library to get some books, and the fucking library was closed. So I'm just sitting here, hand up my own ass, spending money.
Hey,
But
Silver. Does a book by that title sound familiar to Lonan? As something her husband might have had?
the 13 Unnamed Gods.
The Unnamed Gods.
What's your history modifier?
My history modifier is a +2.
No. You can't roll high enough.
Alright. Good to know.
My
How did
history
that-
modifier is a +4. Can I roll on that or nah?
For my
No, because
husband's
you would have no
collection.
reason to be familiar with it. Hers is a long shot,
Gotcha.
even in it with
Yeah.
having a folklore expert for a husband.
Ooh.
Could one other person attempt to, on the basis that
No, Brevin can't roll.
no. On the basis that Zedri would have had to familiarize himself with all of the pantheonic last rites and possibly come into contact with somebody who didn't prescribe to those tenets of worship.
On that basis, you're gonna have to give me more than that. How would you have gone about doing this last rites? Because these beings, no one would acknowledge being a worshiper of these beings today.
No, but with
So it would not be
Zedri's...
within the last rites that you would typically learn on. It would be, you have to give me something as to why would you end up down that rabbit hole.
Yes. So there were certain individuals who would go ahead and come to the crematorium still alive with the purpose of living their last days out in that area. If there was any utterance, the death of individuals is something that particularly stuck with Zedri. So he would have a pretty good memory if offhandedly they had made mention of 13 gods or the 11 that Selenas gave him the names of.
What's your modifier?
+3.
No.
Darn it!
My hope is that I just can't rail high enough to know if I know the book is in there. So I'm hoping that it still could be in Lonan's house. That's the hope.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
holding out
testing
for.
your own knowledge. Doesn't mean
Yeah.
that it couldn't technically, that is still technically an option, yes.
Yeah, that's why I phrased mine as if she remembers that they even have it or had seen it.
Never ashamed to try.
Yeah, I mean, if you're wanting to look her into Zedri, there's no guarantee, and honestly, if we did find it in the house, I would have a long conversation with him once he's back up. But that's among our many long conversations he and I need to have. It might be at my house in Arlo's collection. He old stories were something he was a bit of an expert on.
I don't recall any final prayers that anybody gave to 13 unnamed gods, but I could go ahead and ask my family, specifically my mom, see if she would know anything.
And there's a library in Ashmain. We can check there while we're coming through.
But I just want to put out there, if we're talking about like 13 unnamed gods, that feels like a book that would like be put up on like the highest shelf, or like chained up and locked away somewhere, that wouldn't be publicly accessible. Because why would they want to spout about 13 other deities to people?
13 lost deities, I could only assume. And if it was chained up, I would imagine it would be up more than just a single flight of stairs. It would be at the very, very top.
I can simply say that sometimes Luna will kind of roll her eyes, and you get this. This is absolutely a conversation that she and Arlo had many times, and she got annoyed by it. Sometimes it's not that these other beings were real or are real or whatever. It is just these stories that we tell ourselves to make the world make sense. That some people may have believed there was more than the Pantheon. And that might be why the book might still be around.
That said, they're just as scary as the real thing. I mean, when Salinas sent me that barrage of messages about all of those different names, one of them was the waking dream. And I mean, if that doesn't fit the bill for the dreamer, then I don't know what does. I didn't sleep very well that night. But we'll keep an eye out for the book, Kiesel.
Yeah.
And if Salinas asks anything more, make sure to tell him to relay the message.
Will do.
Though I'm sure you will have a lot to say, that it goes well over 25 words.
It's 25? I thought it was 10. I always reply to Salinas in very short messages.
Is it 25? Oh, he might not be getting everything I'm saying back to him then. Ooh. Either you're leaving too much space, or I'm just getting cut off every other paragraph.
A thesis statement, 3 body paragraphs, and a close.
And I get a sentence and a half in.
In this essay, I will, and then you're cut off.
Is it message? Is he sending message?
Sending.
Or oh, no.
No sending.
25. Should they? I think it's 25 words or less.
Mm-hmm.
Out of character,
Okay.
you're correct, but the gaslighting will continue.
Yes. Oh yeah. The gaslighting will continue until morale improves. That being said, you two are leaving tomorrow.
In the morning.
Crack of dawn.
The ass crack of dawn. Well, I'll see you guys around then. Unless this isn't me saying goodbye, you still need to pack your bags and get on the boat, so I can help you with that.
Yeah, you can see us off in the morning.
And you should also get a little bit better about waking up earlier for Cybil. She likes her walks a little bit sooner than when you get up.
I thought you were taking Cybil. I mean, I can watch the dog. You know, probably I've had plenty of dogs in my travels. Who's taking the dog? Would she be better here in Six Bells?
I'd like to think so.
I'll also say this. She's never been to the Untentunk, and it can be hard for some animals to adjust.
That I will keep her here. And she will know she's loved, even though I can't really speak to her, but how much is a scroll of animals speaking anyway? I'll just buy my way into her heart with my words.
Just wait for Yefra, dear. He can talk to animals too. She likes belly rubs. She's very particular about her feeding times, and she does like starchy foods. Sandwiches she's quite fond of.
Okay, potatoes, sandwiches. Sandwiches with like peanuts and jelly, or I know you typically feed those to fish, but
What?
never mind. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
On that note, you all slowly wind down and retire for the evening, having an early morning coming. Any last things before rest? Hearing none. We will skip ahead to the next morning on the docks. You've gotten all your possessions put together that you wish to travel with. Have managed to get them all down to the docks of the Wave District as the air is alive with the sounds of the harbor. Gulls wheeling overhead, sharp cries cutting through the din of sailors barking orders, crates thudding onto planks, and waves slapping against the pilings of the docks. Smell of salt, tar, and fish mingling in the air. Longshoremen weaving through the crowd, hauling ropes, barrels, and trade goods, while merchants haggle in raised voices. Beyond the forest of masts, the morning sun gleams over the water, scattering gold across the restless sea. While you can't see the sun itself, you can see its reflection going across the water outside of the harbor, out on the open seas beyond. Among the bustle, a sleek ship waits for its passengers, the Storm Chaser. Sturdy caravel with a dark oak hull polished by salt and weather. Its sails furled for now, but even docked, the vessel has a restless energy, crew moving briskly about as they make final preparations to depart, and standing near the gangplank are Zedri and Lonan as they make ready to board. Sea breeze pulling at your cloaks. You have an opportunity to say final farewells to Kiesel and Cybil before you board the ship. Neva and Tivka said goodbye before you left the house.
It's always a stupid question before people leave on at minimum 2-week voyage, but when should she expect you to return?
It'll be a few weeks, I think. Voyage.
Months?
Not months.
I mean, like I said, it's gonna take at least, I think, 2 weeks minimum just to get there.
Yeah, and then
Week there, week back.
some time in Ashmain, traveling pretty deep into the Underdark to get to my home. Travel back. It'll be a few weeks.
Let's not lock down the timeline. Gotta be a little bit flexible when our ship
Definitely.
inevitably experiences rough waters.
I will be praying to Sephora for at least 2 weeks that if you do end up on the actual ocean, that you are well guided and taken care of and can doggy paddle your way back this way.
I can't turn into a dog.
I think turning into a dolphin would be a little bit more appropriate in that situation, but you know what? I'm not going to judge as to what your animals can do.
With that being said, Zedri will kind of lean down and look over towards Cybil and say, okay, so I went ahead and embellished a little bit, just so Kiesel goes ahead and does his best with you. So he's probably going to try to wake up a little bit earlier than you actually need for your walks. But if you want to cuddle up with him, he's going to think that you're giving him the extra time, and then he's going to love you even more, right? I also told him that you like really starchy foods. Kiesel likes a lot of meat, so if you can go ahead and spare as much of that for him as possible, it'd be really kind of you.
You get some expressions, a little bit of confusion with starchy. Understanding that concept, but the meat part, it's like there's a little bit of apprehension before General. You get the head nod this time.
Did we get breakfast? Was it too early for Neva to make something for us?
No, oh gosh, Neva would not let you leave on an empty stomach.
Perfect. Then Zedri, noticing her...
A non-fish breakfast, by the way.
Blessings of Briora. Zedri will go ahead and pull out a muffin and kind of break the top off of it and say, starchy, like bread. And he'll go ahead and give the top of it to Cybil.
Oh, feeding the muffin tops.
Yeah.
You get Cybil takes it, munches on it for a little bit, and then gives a good smile.
Zedri will snack on the bottom part. He'll pull the wrapper and eat the bottom part of the muffin.
Well, that's happening when it'll turn to Kiesel. Stay safe, alright? Got a lot more adventures ahead of you, and we don't need you getting in trouble when nobody is around to save your ass. And so kind of give him a smile.
I am my own damsel in distress, after all. It's all right. Please enjoy your trip as much as you can. I know you're on a mission. Try to take it easy. Maybe like a little holiday, even.
My main mission was just to check in on my family, so...
Anything that you can find that you feel like is useful and isn't bolted into the ground, by all means, bring it back. We have the space and maybe even a basement by the time you get back. Hell, if Yofri ends up beating you two here, we can put him to work.
Good to know.
But I will be here, keeping it safe.
Cybil will nuzzle your hand briefly, Zedri, but then obediently goes and sits next to Kiesel, just waiting expectantly.
Head scratch, head scratch, head scratch.
Leans into it 100%. All right. With goodbyes spoken, you hear the bosun call out from the ship. Lines off! Sailors begin hauling at ropes, and the two of you step aboard as the gangplank is drawn in. Your figures framed against the rising sails. A few last waves exchanged as the crew shouts orders and the storm chaser's prow begins cutting its way out of the port and off onto the open seas, leaving Kiesel and Cybil standing on the docks, watching expectantly as you are left alone.
Dude, the first time since I met Salinas alone. It's the first time I've been alone in over a year or
because
so.
you went off on your own.
Ah, that don't count.
Way
No one's paying
back
attention to
when.
that. No, that don't count.
That doesn't count, right? Okay.
That don't count.
As you linger on the docks, watching your friends pass off out of view, bustle of the docks continuing around you. Barrels rolling past, nets of fish hauled in, gulls squabbling over scraps. It's a final look. With a final look, turn away and begin walking back along the pier toward the city. At that point, you have a decision to make. Would you like to be done there? Or Kiesel, would you like to play out the rest of your story for tonight that I had planned?
I mean, if the other players are okay with it, I am okay with it as well.
I'm all good.
All right.
Dun, 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 dun.
With that, at the end of the docks, you see a familiar figure leaning casually against a piling. Tall catfolk, sleek light fur, and a sharp grin. Frazzled orange hair atop his head. As he puffs on a thick cigar, his eyes glinting with lazy amusement. Smoke curling around his whiskers and carrying the faint scent of spice and cedar. Waits just long enough for you to notice before snapping the cigar between his claws, dropping it to the planks, and grinding it out with one heel. Let me share a portrait. As you recognize this figure as Mylan, the catfolk agent of Honoria that you and the rest of your party rescued from the Reckoners way back the beginning, first episode of Book 1.
Yes. That's on the first stream.
Exactly. Well, he purrs smoothly, his tail flicking idly behind him. Seems like your friends are setting off without you. Fortunate timing, then. Saves me the trouble of finding you in this maze of streets.
You look healthy. My. It has been a long time.
Been a bit. I do much better when not in captivity, so I guess I have you to thank for that.
A full belly will nourish the soul, eh?
Honoria pays me well. I keep myself well fed.
I would hope so.
Which, speaking of the great lady, she would like a word. She heard you stopped by. A bit busy with other matters, but if you'd like, well, let's just say we travel together. It is really less of an invitation and more of a summons.
Given the fact that I stopped by yesterday, I will consider this to be my invitation back in. So please, no summoning needed. I was gonna be back anyway.
Spreads his hands out, gives kind of like a little partial bow, and shall we then?
Shall we, dog? I look down at Cybil.
Cybil goes, kind of gives a look to the catfolk, the stranger in front of her, but stays at your side.
It's okay, girl. Don't be like that. No prejudice here, please.
The two of you walk away from the docks. Salty air passing behind you and heading back into the beating heart of the city. Sounds of waves and gulls fading behind, replaced by the clatter of cartwheels, cries of hawkers, and the distant music drifting from tavern doors. Mylan keeps a relaxed pace, his tail swaying like a metronome, every so often tossing a comment your way without breaking stride. Mostly chit-chat, small talk about the weather, about the current state of things in town, but never really getting into anything of depth or note. Before long, find yourself back at the tavern that now serves as the main entrance into the Fool's Gathering, no longer needing the secret entrance. And Mylan leads you down into the depths, into the casino proper, and motions for you to lead the way. After you.
Well, there's no hesitation in my step. There is a hesitation in my breath as I inhale sharply a bit before walking into a tavern.
Pass through the tavern. Casual glance over your shoulder to make sure the door's still there.
The casualist.
Mylan leads you down into the casino, and you pass past the guard that took your money so nicely the day before.
Fucking bug.
Being led back to Honoria's office. As the clamor of dice and coins fades behind you, you're ushered into the richly appointed office. Shelves of ledgers and scrolls line the walls, alongside maps pinned with markers of ships and trade routes. Crystal decanter of amber liquor gleams on a low table near the desk, beside a set of finely cut glasses. Behind the broad desk sits Honoria. We'll get her not quite perfect, but good enough I was willing to share. So she's to be a little bit more broad in the shoulders to get a little bit more half giant like. So
That's all right.
she sits there, her presence commanding, though she barely moves. Dressed in her typical tailored yellow suit, blonde hair hanging like curtains around her head, eyes sharp and calculating. But her smile is warm and practiced, and she raises a hand, dismissing Mylan with a flick of her fingers. As he bows, smirking, and slips out, leaving you alone with the great lady herself, Honoria. Well, Kiesel, says as she leans back in her chair, it's been some time. Tell me, what have you been up to?
Well, I just want to say, first off, you have trained your guards exceptionally well. A little bit of cash, they wouldn't let me budge right in.
Would you expect anything less?
Oh, I was expecting this pretty face and some gold could get in yesterday, but unfortunately, you have trained them well.
I have missed you.
Well, first off, I want to say we have been to corners and corners of this flat world, and I do want to let you know, first and foremost, of the utmost respect. There is a first-time never before heard investor's opportunity that I wanted to stop by and personally let you know about.
I'm all ears.
We recently went to the frozen areas of Torsland. There was some sort of political comeuppance, a couple of dragons, and a cult. Nothing that yours truly, Salinas, and the rest of the gang could not handle. There are trade routes opening up on that side of the coast if you are to be interested in. Trading, gambling, degeneracy is all open for business. Let me tell you, they know how to spend money, they know how to drink, and beat the fuck out of each other. So anything you want to stop by and make some money on, they are more than willing customers.
Appreciate the tip. What kind of cut are you looking for?
Ooh, I beg your pardon?
Well, for bringing a business opportunity like this, what kind of cut are you looking for from any action that's established, or is this not something you're looking to manage for me?
With all due respect, I usually go with 5%, but I was more than happy to just let you know I wasn't really looking for getting in on a cut on this. If anything, my return price would be more in dealing with information, so you don't need to worry about me cutting into your profits here.
Well, I suppose we might as well just cut to the chase then. I did summon you. We'll call it a fair trade. I dug up a little bit on our Mr. X you were inquiring about.
Yes, Senor X.
Thought you'd like to know. My own contacts have turned up something, I would say, useful, maybe actionable.
Is he dead?
Oh, I don't think you are that lucky. But
Never.
there's a halfling. Name of Hadley. Been hiring skilled hands up and down the coasts of Bavaria and Tuluria. Jobs are varied, but the goal is the same. Secure artifacts, relics, objects of power. All for a certain Mr. X. Suppose it could be a different Mr. X, perhaps, but I'd wager against it, and you know I only make good wagers.
An excellent wager. My time here in Six Bills will be very, very extended, but the next opportunities we have, I will definitely keep my eye out.
Well, that's where things get a little bit more complicated with Mr. Hadley. His last known sighting was in Silverdeep, Tuluria, a town not far south from Portsmouth. But obviously that may carry a few complications for someone in your situation.
You said Mr. Hadley? I thought you said his name was Nina. Nina's a girl's name.
Nina? What?
Doesn't matter. What was this individual's first name? I'm just trying to keep a paper.
Hadley. I'm sorry, I was just throwing around the Mr. Hadley. It's the only name we have.
Oh, okay. I was going to say I would be a dickhead too if I had a girl's name and whatever. What do I know of Silver Deep? Is it a mining town? Is he deep in the swamps? Is he eaten by alligators? What's going on?
It's the biggest coastal town to the south of Portsmouth before you get to Bavaria. Short distance north of the dividing line. That large town, small city, roughly in that state. Significant port city, but it's also in a kind of a crappy location as to not very easy to expand, so it has never really taken off like Portsmouth did. But good amount of trade passes through from the Temptation Mountains out that way to get out. That doesn't go north to Portsmouth and doesn't go south to Kalmar. Passes through Silverdeep. It is pretty much the main stop for any travel coming out of Bavaria into Telluria, and because of that would also make it a location that you would have had to have passed through on your exodus.
Well, you are correct in that. I am still in a bit of a pickle, and I think this is where we can kind of come across. Now, I am no strangers to names, and I'll put out my notebook here, and I'll kind of flip it open to a page, and sprawled out is several different documents and a handful of different languages. It's like a rough sketch of Kiesel, or as official of a sketch you can get, and there are like 12 different first names and 14 different last names, hyphenated, apostrophized. I have no trouble faking an identity to get in to Telluria, but my problem is the lack of information. If I were needing to go back to Telluria very soon, the sooner the better at least, I'm hoping to start a venture of my own. I've been wanting to know if you knew of any sort of spy rings, freelance spies, anything like that I could use to get a fresh set of eyes. Now, if it's a spy ring that I can work my way into, perfect, but if it's more of a freelance situation, I would pay them well and they would be very loyal to me. Me and the rest of the adventuring troupe, that is.
He has a pretty good smile, starting about halfway through your little speech. Well, I can't speak for being able to put you in contact with spy rings per se. Most of those entities remain quite clandestine, even to those that employ their wares. However, I do have a particular a contact, that I think might be able to smooth your path. I've taken the liberty, knowing you were back in town, to arrange for you to meet with this contact. They're a reliable sort. Goes by the code name Sparrow. Arrange for you to meet them this evening at the Robber's Grotto over in the Shadow District. Bit of a den of rogues somewhere in the Vampire Citadel, near the Warrior King's arena where you had such great luck back on Life Day.
God, that's a lot of right shit. Okay. Oh, this evening, how wonderful. Excellent.
The information about the Silverdeep location is a bit old at this point. Best not to let it go any more stale than it is currently. Shall I consider the meeting on?
More than on. Perfect.
All right, well, there's a few steps you'll have to pass through. A little bit of spycraft, I suppose. So, take very careful note. Don't write this down. Put it in your noggin. Remember this. Memorize these words. Any deviation, they're likely to be fishing your body or what's left of it out of the sewers. I'd rather. Grown quite fond of you, Kiesel. I'd rather not have to go through that.
I'd rather not be disgusting and bloated when they fish me out. I need to keep appearances even in the afterlife.
So when you arrive at the Robber's Grotto, the bartender, Leubin, just give him the following phrase. Very simple, just a few words. You tell him, damn the dark. He'll respond, damn the light. That's your saying to know. You can convey to him that he knows you are looking for a particular table. And that is his way of knowing that you are the right person, and your way of knowing that he knows who you are to that extent. Give him the phrase, he responds. You know you're in the right place. He'll point you to the right table for your meeting. Damn the dark, damn the light. You said damn the dark, you'll say damn the light.
Ah, that would have been awful if I said damn the dark. He would just think I'm some sailor. Well,
Yes, be very specific. Damn the dark.
damn the dark. Damn the dark. All
If
right.
I could put it in a song so you could remember it, I would try. But I'm coming up with a blank.
Please trust
Anyway.
me. I'm not all this. I can easily put that in there.
Okay, good, because that's just the first step. You
Oh,
also have a phrase you gotta give to the contact when the contact arrives. Once you meet, you have to confirm identities with the passphrase. You'll say, I hear the food in Avaria is to die for. If they respond with anything but the following phrase, get out immediately. They don't say, but the bread in Telluria is better than life itself. Skedaddle. A little bit more complicated, but I am sure a man of your talents can handle this.
many talents. Remembering is my best talent.
Good. I'm sure you'll find Sparrow quite capable and quite a good contact for what's going on the coast.
Sparrow, he, she, it's, good dog, bad dog, they.
Don't really get into pronouns, I usually just try and keep it easy with they.
Sure. Well, I am eternally in your good graces, let me tell you what. I am for hire. If you need anything, I would like money. So if you need me to do anything, if you need any muscle, if you need me to crack any heads, I'd rather not kill anybody in 6 spells, but I'm not above it. That being said, like I said, I need a job a bit after being in 6 spells for like 2 days has really wiped my fucking bank accounts.
Fair enough. See how your meeting goes tonight. If they're not fishing you out of the sewers tomorrow, come back. I could probably line something up. And, you know, just for the sake of keeping things easy on the books, say, we'll keep open the opportunities for you to help out on this potential Torseland adventure in the future. We'll say, you owe me one?
Let's say I do owe you one.
Splendid. She reaches out one of her big paws, big hands.
Big meaty claws. Big meaty claws. You know, also, I go to meet her hand. Couldn't help but notice the eclectic collection of scrolls behind you. Books, since you are very well read, probably more well read than I am. But you know, a book or a tome by the name of the 13 Unnamed Gods. I've been hunting that for a while. Gods be damned that I haven't been able to catch it.
Sounds like a rather stale book, or perhaps more bit of fiction.
My reading list has been quite stale and not full of fiction. If it is a fictitious book, it would bring me so much joy.
Can't say that I've heard of it, but
Insight check.
I have the contacts. Go ahead.
I says I blind myself with friggin' fantasy grounds. Good lord. Dark mode on words, save me. I believe her. I believe her.
Do you want to reroll it? I have an inspo.
It's not that big of a deal. I'll
You
go
may
by the
need that just to
library.
have a boat crash, you know.
Woo, yeah.
You said something about a boat crash right before getting on a boat. That's your fault.
if that's not too much trouble. Now, the book is not as big of a priority as meeting this sparrow person. But if there's any opportunity for me to ask, by all means, your humbleness, not to bite off more than I can chew, but it's maybe a second thing I am looking for. Stale old books about stale dead gods that may or may not have existed.
I'll see what I can come up with.
Excellent.
Got a
Excellent
few friends
indeed.
who got luck. And obviously, contacts elsewhere as well. But you have a meeting to prepare for. I have one last note. This is a tavern near the Warrior King's arena. You are a bit of a celebrity after the Life Day events, and your team winning eye whites in just a bit of disguise if you don't want to attract unwanted attention. Take the afternoon and put together what you can.
Definitely. Thank you, Honoria. Again, and I go in for another like handshake. And I'll kind of like bring her in for like a little like half hug over the. She's a big lady, so I'm really fucking reaching for it here.
It's quite awkward between the size difference as well as the desk in between you. But
It's a whole tree.
that's all good. Now go. She kind of just motions for you to exit. Sure, wait.
Indeed, they do.
With that, you're escorted back into the bustle of the casino, left with new information, new risks, and a potentially dangerous new threat to follow as you head out back into the day, a day to prep whatever disguise you want to come up with.
Ooh.
But wait, there's more. First off, are you going to attempt a disguise?
Yes.
Do you have a disguise kit?
I do not.
Do you have proficiency with a disguise kit?
You're never gonna believe it. I don't.
You could easily pick up some things to attempt to do a disguise. Give me your what do you want to do? Give me a cursory idea of your disguise.
I'm gonna keep my beard because my beard's grown in probably a little bit longer than this, and I'm gonna cut my friggin' hair. I'm gonna go down.
Okay. AJ's cringing over there. It's like, damn it! I was already working on your art. Can't change your look.
It's
Oh
okay.
no!
It's okay.
Actually, for what it's worth, maybe not. No, maybe that'll be for later. I'm gonna kind of tie my hair up as much as I can. I'm gonna look for something to like put over
Okay.
my head. Yeah, I don't think bald caps are a thing yet, so I can't like tuck it into like a bald cap. But I'm gonna try my best to probably leave the glaive at home. That's like my signature. That's what people know me for, right? Everybody knows me for that. That and the man purse. So I'll keep the glaive at home. I'll keep like 2 daggers on me and the freaking javelins. The javelins gonna be poking on my back like a quiver of arrows would, kind of taking up that majority space back there because I have, you know, javelins and stuff. And then yeah, if I could find like a hat or something, and then like spectacles, like non-prescription, like Walmart brand. I'm sorry, Cybil brand, like spectacles or something like that.
Well, if that's all you need to do, you Clark Kent it. You're good.
It works for him, bro. Like, come on. Yeah, I guess. Oh, I might cloak in many fashions. That'll I'm going to the warrior district.
Okay. Give me
Look at this.
a wisdom check, and I will give you advantage for your description of your disguise.
A wisdom check.
Yep.
Ugh, I am only averagely wise. Ugh. Hiya, taking psychic damage. No.
Okay, we got 5. You feel pretty good. You know, it's not great, but it feels passable. You wouldn't recognize yourself.
I got that disorder where I'm not good with faces, so of course I wouldn't recognize myself. My cloak of many fashions says not former Life Day champions on it.
Anything
Nah.
else you wish to do before your meetup with Sparrow?
Shit, I look stupid, but I don't think I do. Damn it.
You don't look stupid. That wasn't.
You
the
have
test.
glasses.
Oh, I look smart. You're right. Oh, my eyesight, Jesus. Anything else on the disguise? I'm like, let me get Nifka's opinion, or whoever's like at the house. Like, would you recognize me if I was walking down the street?
All right. If you're going to employ Neva and Tifka, I will let you re-roll.
Bless.
Okay, I will. Let me re-roll.
And take
God
the higher
bless.
of the 2. Oh,
I got crazy, crazy.
They both have
no.
cataracts.
Oh no.
So Neva and Tifka kind of like go back and forth on suggesting this item or another item. And so like some are saying, one of them saying, oh yeah, you shouldn't do this, while the other one's saying, no, but you should do this. And so they alter the look, but it's not becoming any more convincing or distracting. It's just making it look a little bit better. It's a little bit more put together. Kind of missing the point of trying to disguise you and instead just making you look prettier.
Well, I don't think I look any different than ladies. I do feel confident.
You know what? I will give you the equivalent of enhanceability, and you have advantage on charisma checks for the first hour because you feel so confident.
Good, because I'm gonna haul ass there as soon as I feel confident.
However,
like,
you have
I can do it.
disadvantage on wisdom saves during that same time frame.
Fuck. No. Whatever, man. I'm going. Shake your dreads, ladies. Leave me alone type shit.
All right. It's you feel confident that things are going well. You head out into the streets of Six Bells to the Shadow District, and more specifically to the sub-district called the Vampire Citadel, which is the area of the Shadow District closest to the central temple and beacon in the middle of the city. Everything is in the shadow of the Warrior King's arena, where the Life Day events were, and everything else just kind of pales in comparison to it. Vampire Citadel portion of the Shadow District of Six Bells pulses with life and vice as night falls. This is within the city of Six Bells. This is the red light district. This is the place you go for. It's basically a playground of sin and secrecy. Anything you want that you can't find elsewhere, you can find here. The streets are thick, incense, smoke, air choked with perfume, even a little bit of the smell of blood in the air. Here you can find anything forbidden or frowned upon elsewhere in the world. Blood sport, brothels, narcotics, smugglers, killers for hire. All glittering under the lantern light and even neon-like magical sigils that flash overhead of some of the businesses. This is high point of corruption Vegas of Six Bells. Dens of vice, gambling pits, underground fighting halls. You could win money if you wanted to come fight here if you wanted. There is anything you could want, and it is very much on display as you walk through the streets. The vampires of Six Bells very much despise the fact that this is called Vampire Citadel. It has been very much overtaken from its original placement. Anyway, that's a whole other thing. Great Warrior King's arena looms like a slumbering beast nearby, silent tonight, though its president still dominates the district. Your victory in the Life Day contest leaves a mark. Faces remember, and here, memories can be dangerous. As you arrive at your location, tucked in a side street, half swallowed by shadow, you find the Robber's Grotto. Stepping inside, you find a sprawling tavern of low ceilings, crooked beams, store carved with hundreds of names etched into the wood by past patrons. Inside, the light dims to near blackness. It is one of the few places you can travel to in the civilized world where walking inside makes things darker than the darkest night outside. The only light coming from sputtering candles haphazardly arranged around the room that only half illuminate faces, leaving kind of ghostly images of all the patrons inside. Air hums with chatter and a steady thrum of minstrels strumming dissonant chords. What comes across as a deliberate cacophony to drown out private conversations. It is very much crowded tonight. Though not with revelers, not with guests from the Six Bells arena, no one here has come to be seen. Looking around, eyes glance your way as you enter, curious, measuring. A few faces linger longer than you'd like. The dark makes every face uncertain, though here and there, striking figures stand out. Roll me a d12. One individual you catch sight of, a sly-looking female catfolk, dressed in black leathers, one ear notched, not sure whether accidental or a piercing ripped out at some point. Eyes sharp, restless, she glances in your direction, only for a moment before she returns to a conversation with two others at her table. Roll me another d12.
He doesn't like you. I don't like you either.
Dr. Yuzan is not here. You look around the room, see various other individuals, various colorful and flamboyant individuals, people that clearly are peddling their wares in here, peddling different services, different products, different experiences, as well as some individuals that look a little bit more on the uncomfortable, not the people you want to spend time with, the people that could potentially harm you. Even somebody as capable as yourself. Enough, you know enough to maybe avoid most of those folks. Fortunately, don't at first really pick up any sign that anybody is really paying specific attention to you for too terrible. Catch sight of the bar. The bartender, a merfolk individual, appears to be manning the bar alone. Best guess, this is your guess.
My man at the bar.
You approach.
I do. I approach. I take a seat, very low profile, kind of huddled to myself. I'm not looking to make any eye contact if I can avoid it with anybody else. I'm just trying to get to the barman.
Able to pick your way through. A couple people look at you as you bump into them. Most are focused on where they're headed. Honestly, surprisingly, not too many that are overly rude about bumping in. Most people kind of try and keep to themselves, avoiding bumping into people. Give me an insight check. Best guess, nobody wants to be pickpocketed. Somebody's keeping a little bit of distance as they bump past people. As you approach the bar, the merfolk bartender leans across, gills flexing slightly with a slow exhale. Voice low and fluid, like water over stones. Could be.
Just a shot of
Alright. Turns for a moment, grabs a bottle, picks up a glass, begins to pour. Not really paying attention to you, kind of not even paying attention to his pouring. It's almost like it's so trained that he knows exactly how long to keep the bottle tipped and fill the glass as he's just like looking out, scanning the crowd. By Silver.
one gold. And I'll say to him, damn the dog.
Just gives returns his focus to you as he takes the 1 gold off the counter. Knowing nod. Damn the light. Just kind of gestures suddenly to a table in the back. It seems to be, with as busy as it is in here, it is strange to see an open table. Gestures towards it. It's not in the back, furthest away from the door, but easily see that this is a very shadowy, secluded portion of the bar that gives you maximum cover from people being able to see what you're doing, minimal light, but also in a point where you have a perfect viewpoint of the exit to see anybody coming into it. Think you'll find that spot to your liking?
Thank you.
notes to the Great Lady.
I'm so sneaky.
It's his mark. As he goes to take the next person's order. You head to the table.
I walk up to go and I shoot down the whatever was in that triple X jug that he poured my drink out of.
Give me a Constitution save.
Oh.
Whew, 23 goes down as smooth as it can.
Tight.
Take a moment to orient yourself to the room. You're a trained combat professional. Look for choke points. Look for safe places to find safety, places to duck if you need to, if things come to blows inside this place, whether related to you or not. Just basically surmising what best tactics to employ as you wait for Sparrow to arrive. Roll me another d12. And don't roll an 8 this time. My
Crazy.
God!
Crazy.
I can reroll it. I can reroll it. I can
We're
reroll
all
it.
about rolling the same number multiple times tonight. My gosh.
Good Lord.
Now it's 8. Roll it again. Is that dice broken?
But you can't
I
roll another one,
Can
right?
I roll it for him?
I weighted the dice, but in the other direction.
Each of you try. See if somebody can roll other than an 8 on a d12.
I got it.
I want you to roll an 8, though.
Oh.
You observe a halfling. Just his diminutive stature puts him just a little bit above, like his head and his shoulders are above your table as he's picking his way through the crowd. Very skilled as he is managing a tray of drinks above his head and managing to not let it topple, despite the fact that he's constantly being bumped into by different people within here. Lonan, roll me that d12 2 more times.
Okay.
I lost my D12 privileges.
11 and
8. Oh.
6.
Scanning the room, kind of looking for threats, you spot a grinning male merfolk who looks more of a fighter, warrior type, very muscular, no sleeves on his shirt, so you can see just like bulge of biceps. And he's very loud, very boisterous as he's talking with the individuals at his table. Even just loud in his how he carries himself, and just like a piece for a place where everybody seems to be trying to keep to themselves and keep in shadow. He is very much making a scene out of himself. 6. Elsewhere, you see somebody who is equally as interested in the other patrons inside here. This figure being a bit more diminutive, as you spot a male goblin figure seated on the far side. Or no, sorry, this would be to your right. Doors over here, off to your left on the far wall. This guy is over on the right, to the right on that wall. Seated he is not looking at you, but is definitely scanning the room, checking people over. Give me a perception check.
Ooh, that could have been a 1.
With a 14. He's clad mostly in black and other dark colors, but he seems to have missed part of his disguise, and you can see just peeking out through the collar is armor that is white in color, has been painted white. Give me a history check, but I'm going to make you do disadvantage because it's going to be a long shot for you to know this. Actually, no, just do a history check. We'll do the disadvantage. That works. Oh my god.
Snake eyes or cat eyes.
It's balancing out for all those 20s earlier.
I suppose.
I just rolled 2 20s, man. Come on, what the fuck is this?
All right, with a 1 modified to a 5. The white armor doesn't really mean anything to you, but definitely this guy is covering up something, and he may be looking for trouble or looking to cause trouble. And despite the fact that he is a diminutive goblin, you've dealt with enough goblins that it's a matter of that doesn't really mean much. If he's a capable fighter, size doesn't really matter. As you are glancing across all of these individuals, taking in the overall sight, what's Kiesel thinking to himself?
Smoking loud in this bar.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoking in this bar.
Okay, well then that won't stop Kiesel.
As you light the flame, ignite the cigarette in your mouth, as you go and take away that covered position that you had to try and make sure that flame didn't get blown out, and you look up, and there's somebody seated at your table.
Who's the first one?
One moment, the seat across from you is empty. The next, this cloaked figure is seated there. Hood drawn low, shadows of the tavern clinging unnaturally close. I don't think you ever saw this person come in. Or did you? Not 100% sure. As the figure's voice says in a low, deliberate tone.
But the bread in Telluri is better than life itself.
I hear the food Navarre is to die for.
As you give the proper response, the figure lifts their chin just enough that the hood falls back slightly, revealing familiar features. Eyes you have not seen in years. As the figure's lips curl in the faintest of smiles. As they say,
Hello, brother. I want to say, Silver, when you sent me the description, I knew what the twist was going to be as soon as you sent me the description.
Man, I knew this was too.
as the noise of the grotto fades to a dull roar in your ears as you stare into a face from your past. Whatever this meeting holds, it has already very much changed the game. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Kiesel's cigarette falls out of his mouth dramatically.
Fair.
Can I do wait, hold on. Wait, man, we did such a fuck. I had a question. Do I know which one of them it is or not?
Yes.
Who is it?
Be Isabel.
Oh, baby.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, that was really loud. That was obnoxiously loud.
It's your spy master and training sister.
Well, what you want, Harry, baby? Spy master and training sister.
She's probably not much in training anymore.
Alright. That is where we will wrap things up for the on-demand viewers. If you're watching on demand, come watch live. These last couple weeks, we've had the opportunity for people to talk with players. We likely won't have too much of that next week, but maybe a little bit. But next week, we will be back. Ernie's going to have to wait on the payoff from the cliffhanger for a bit on this, because we will go back to Alfred next week. And so yeah, come tune in. I will reiterate the guest spot application stuff that will go live tonight at some point in time before I pass out for the night. So tune in for that. Come check that out if you're interested. We will get that posted to Instagram and some other places to also spread the word on that opportunity. But just in general, come watch live. It's more fun live. You get to influence the stream. It's a lot of fun. And we'll see you next week.
Bye-bye.